Right, I just started the recording, and again with recording, remind me because I do stop it, you know, at lunchtime, so on and so forth, and I forget to start it, right, subsequent to that. So just keep an eye for that for me, and just keep me honest so that, you know, I have it turned on. Typically, we start with introductions, but for this first session, given the number of attendees, I'm going to keep the introductions for the tail end. This way, at least the meat of the introductory material is covered up front, and then, you know, we'll do the introductions, you know, post-lunch. Slightly different than a typical approach, again, given the size of the class. We have a very global audience here, right? You know, we got people obviously from North America, we got people from Europe, Asia, and then we got people from Australia as well, right? So I'm sensitive to people, you know, being up at different times of the day, morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone, as we go through this material. Just from a logistical standpoint, I think everyone should be able to hear me remotely. You know, we simulcast this. That means what the people here in the class in US
has joined the conference.
In our office in India here, and what people in their homes here, and what's getting recorded is all the same material, right? So there's no difference in any of that.
All right, has joined the conference.
So that's one, and also, you know, people who are on the phone, you know, obviously have the benefit of asking questions via, you know, via audio. Just keep yourself on mute till you have a question to minimize the background noise, and you know, that should really help us, right? Right. So, and you know, I've got a number of yeah, Aaron, welcome from Saudi Arabia. Very good. Saudi Arabia. Aku from UK
has joined the conference.
Ram Babu, welcome. Abdoli from Atlanta. Srini, welcome. Abid, welcome from Pennsylvania. And Mahinder from Australia, welcome as well. So, just as an example, somebody just joined, does not have us on mute, has the phone and the PC very close to each other, both on speakerphone, and the echo is going on. So, Electromagnetics 101. Thank you. Brian, welcome. Mark, welcome. Krishna from India, welcome. All right, so let's start through the orientation. Today is obviously a key class because it's orientation, Ketan morning as well. It's key for us. And this will also kind of give you a sense of
has joined the conference
of how the overall class is going to progress, right? So we're going to start with SAP NetWeaver System Administration, which is AKA, also known as BASIS. And the BASIS name still sticks around. However, you know, it's from an SAP standpoint, it's no longer called BASIS, right? It's called NetWeaver Systems Administration. We're going to go through the introduction and orientation. In any class of this nature, the single biggest challenge I have is that it's not that everyone from 7th grade came to 8th grade, right? So that people come from different backgrounds, and you know, so it's you might have a seat there, right there. So people come from different backgrounds, and it's initially you'll see
has joined the conference,
right? Where it might be, you know, certain things you might know, certain things you might not know, but over time, you know, it's everyone is going to get most of what they expect from the class. And as the introductions, I'm going to sort of say that feedback
has left the conference
to see what people expect from the class, right? So that I can kind of gauge on what areas to concentrate more, what less, you know. But more or less, we don't change the course significantly because it's based upon best practices, you know, this is, the 40th batch, right? So it's been going for close to a decade from that standpoint, right? We can only do 4 a year, given it takes 2.5 months or so to complete it, right? Okay, so I'm going to start with welcoming everyone. We're going to go through the background of the company, per se, Coach's background, my background. We're going to spend some time on what is SAP for people who are familiar. I know people are here with, 5+ years of experience in that space. Might already be well aware of that. We're going to go through the course content, the syllabus, which we are going to cover. The training material, what training material we're going to use, because it's an amalgamation of a lot of hard work, lot of information collected from different sources so that, you have a best set of library of material available to you. We're going to talk about a training approach methodology which we believe is unique. Why SAP Basis? Most of you probably know this answer because you're here for some specific reason, but I'm going to tell you that why it was SAP Basis for me, or, what are the career opportunities in that space. We're going to spend some time on SAP GUI installation and connectivity to our servers for people in the class as well as people who are remote, so that you know how you can connect to our machines and servers from home, right? Or when you're in the office here, if you get your own laptops, you can do the same, right? So we're going to cover that as well. All right. The only thing I forgot to tell you guys is that do not change, do not try to become presenters, right? Let me present. I will have opportunities to put you guys on spot as well, so we'll give it back to you. Okay, so please do not play with live meeting. Dina, I think you started sharing. Come on in. So do not share anything. I've given that control for specific reasons to you guys, which I'll talk about later. Okay. You can sit there as well. That machine is not working. Eventually you might have to come here, but we are okay for now because a lot of it is up here, right? So don't worry about it. Yeah. So just, guys, do not share anything. No, don't worry, Dina. Maybe this is a good time to take a pause. We give a lot of access, right, to you guys for various reasons, right? This is a training course, right? So I don't want the training to suffer just because I've taken away access. So you guys would have, as time progresses, you will know SAP all, so that you've got full admin access on our machines, right? So that you can try and learn things. Similarly, even on live meeting, we have given you enough access is because if I have to do remote troubleshooting, the only way I can do it is by making you presenters, right? So that's why that access is with you, so that I can, make you presenter or take control of your machine, etc., right? And help out with the troubleshooting exercise. In addition, as we would do that troubleshooting, you would also notice that we have one of our admins from our office in India who's going to play the role of a virtual lab assistant and would help out, with assisting remotely, off hours, right? With any issues you might have, as you learn the material, even after the class, right? So that's there for that specific reason. So my presentation should be back up. And then just to kind of get our hands dirty, we are going to start with the very first topic, to me, which is the foundation of everything you're going to learn for the next 8 weeks, is the SAP technical architecture, right? If you get this down cold, everything else builds on top of it, right? I just come from that background, from an architectural background. So just to kind of, make sure that you have vetted your appetite, right, before you leave this introduction and orientation session. We'll spend some time on SAP technical architecture. We'll also spend some time on some key SAP transactions, again, to whet your appetite, right? All of this would be repeated more formally as we go to next week. Frequently asked questions, and then I'll open it up for just general Q&A for people to ask, right? So that's going to be the way we proceed. For people who are in the class or even remotely, right, if you don't have the SAP GUI installed or if you cannot log in, don't worry, right? That's for me to worry. So when we get to that point, we'll definitely get those things resolved and taken care of. Pay attention to the slides as we go through it. The recording is working fine. All right. All right, so just to give an introduction, our core competency is we are an SAP consulting firm. We are boutique in nature. That's the only thing we do is SAP consulting. And even within SAP consulting, the focus is on technology, right? Even though we do functional, even though we do application development, we do PM capabilities, we do testing, we do training aspects of it. But the core competency lies in SAP architecture, SAP systems administration, SAP security, SAP performance testing, performance tuning, networking aspects, the core technology components, right? We were established in 1998, 90 plus consultants and staff, right? I would say 95% plus are in the SAP space. 20 plus large clients, most of them we work directly with, right, because that's our core business. Just an example of a few of them listed out there, right, all Fortune 500 companies. We pride ourselves in having the right partnerships. So we are an SAP services partner. Very, very difficult to be one, especially with a company of this limited size. But then again, SAP is very good at recognizing that if you are a player with a specific skill set in a specific area, they want to make sure that their customer base benefits from it, and hence. I've given some links which you can peruse at your own time. We are part of the SAP EcoHub, which is their ecosystem for SAP partners. That's the link pointing to it. We are a systems integration partner with AWS, with Amazon Web Services. This is where the world is moving, right? I can almost guarantee that in the next 3 years, you will start seeing a significant demise of your traditional data center hosting, right? You'll see a significant demise of that, right? And people are going to move to cloud-based computing. It's going to become more standard. We are seeing it at multiple of our clients. In fact, I cannot name even a single client where cloud is not being talked about. And forget about in general, more specifically for SAP. I've got 3 active clients where I do work on a weekly basis where we are doing cloud installation, even to the extent, and I can tell you this in North America, you cannot go to a non-SAP delivered training course where they're going to train you on cloud. So you will see today systems running on Amazon Cloud. And you're going to see Amazon Cloud real time. And I'm just going to show it to you, not to teach you about cloud, but again to kind of whet your appetite, because if there is something you're going to get from this course is the breadth of knowledge, right? So that you know what islands of information are out there. Right. So we became an SI partner, because we were the first half a dozen companies which installed SAP on an AMI standing for an Amazon Machine Image, right? So I can run an SAP system for 20 cents an hour, right? 20 cents an hour, where the provisioning time is 1 hour, decommissioning time is 1 hour. That means I've got no baggage going into it. I've got no baggage coming out of it, right? And when I say, 15 to 20 cents an hour, I literally mean that. And this is like a typical dev or a QA system, which you could run for a Fortune 500 company at that kind of price point, which speaks volumes. And you will learn more about it. We are partners with IBM. We are partners with HP. In HP, we are software partners, so our focus is more on quality assurance testing in tools like HPQC, Quality Center, Quick Test Professional, Load Runner. You'll learn soon, I started my career as performance testing expert in the SAP space. And in fact, some of the first load runner scripts written in 1995 were written by me, and some of the methodologies followed by Pricewaterhouse then, IBM today, for global performance testing of SAP were developed by me, and obviously enhanced since then by IBM. We have the right affiliations in place. We are a minority business enterprise. We are a small business enterprise that, so a lot of the Fortune 500 contracts we have is because, in most of the countries, in most of the organizations, there's a special place for a MBE and a SBE, right? So we benefit from these, and also it lets us do a lot of state government and federal government work as well. We have our offices. Some of you are sitting here in Ramsey, New Jersey, and this is our head office. We have a solution delivery center in Gurgaon, India, which is the BPO capital of North India, for people who are not aware of it. In fact, this training is being simulcast in our training room there itself. And then we also have a regional headquarter facility in New Delhi proper in India as well. This is just an example of our client list, and typically if you're an SAP player, the client list happens to be bigger names because those are the companies who can afford to do an SAP implementation. For a Fortune 1000 company, the price point to do even the simplistic of the implementations is 50 million plus, right? Obviously, SAP is making a big shift to go after small and mid-market, right, with different licensed versions of their product, where you can do software as a service, or you can do relatively trivial installations where you minimize the configuration, where you minimize the customization, you use out of the box as much as possible. Why? Because the growth after the Fortune 1000, which unfortunately is only 1,000, right? So you would hit a ceiling at some point, and then the growth will only come from going after the mid-market, going after the what they call SMB, small, medium businesses, right? And that's where SAP's focus is. And a lot of their recent acquisitions, Sybase specifically to name, is going to help them do that. Why? Because the database is going to be licensed by SAP now. So you are not going to get bundled into buying separate SQL Server licenses, separate Oracle licenses, right? Because SAP would be bundling the Sybase platform into their products, right? They obviously had MaxDB earlier, but MaxDB just didn't have the same capabilities as the Sybase, traditional RDBMS has, right? So these are companies we have worked or continue to work at. Our business model, again, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but from a vision standpoint, SAP technology and software quality assurance, consulting and training services, we pride ourselves in that. We don't want to be generalists, we want to be specialists, so that's where our focus is. Strategy is technology solution offerings, and we provide a vertical integration. We are not shy of saying that we hire, train, deploy, develop, and retain the best and the brightest, right? Our model is not always go after experienced hiring, right? We have hired people straight out of college, but we have trained them well, we have groomed them well, and we have developed them, we have deployed them, and we have tried to retain them. Very few companies can pride themselves in having people, for 10 plus years. That's just not the mantra for a consulting company, right? Even the big four. Right partnerships with SAP, IBM, HP. This is a dated slide, AWS also included. We have got very good network of vendors and consultants whom we have dealt with over the years. We maintain a CBIZ database. It's a technology which we have developed over the years. probably 100,000+ contacts in there of people, right? And this is outside of LinkedIn or Facebook or anything else we might do. These are people whom somebody at our company has at least talked to once, right? That means if we have done that once, we will never lose that contact, right? Because if you spend half an hour of your knowledge capital on someone, you want to maintain that someplace, right? So we pride ourselves on that. And then from a customer population standpoint, right, both large businesses and medium businesses out there, right, which we work with. Srinivas, good question. I will hold off on some of the questions because it'll help me to kind of come back and kind of go through those. Whenever I ask questions asked remotely, I will also try and type it because people who are remote can, then make sure that they're reading the question as well. And when I type it, it also is getting recorded the same way, right? So it just becomes easier to go back and revisit. Our solution offerings, right? What are the areas we work on? Again, not relevant to training, but the reason I talk about this is because as professionals tomorrow, you need to know how to engage companies, consultants, and what kind of practice areas do exist in the BASIS realm, right? And this is going to give you a foray into it, right? So our biggest area of specialization, which is how we start most of our consulting engagements, is Architect SAP. This is purely SAP technical architecture, strategy, and design, laying down the foundation on which you're going to grow. Because if that is rock solid, you will reap benefits for years to come, right? Not just during the project phase, which for any SAP engagement for a Fortune 1000 company can easily be 4 to 6 years, but even beyond that. I always say jokingly, an SAP project never ever ends. I know you will attest to it, right? From BD standpoint, probably it's still continuing, right? It never ever ends. It's initial implementation, it's an upgrade, it's merger and acquisition subsequent to that. Something or the other is going to continue. It's a breathing system, right? So it will just continue. The projects don't end. Remote SAP, which is our best sure SAP NetWeaver systems administration capability. It's onshore, offshore, nearshore, right? What is the best mix of people, resources on how you want to deliver it? Again, systems administration. Manage SAP, which is our solution manager implementation and consulting service offering. Solution manager, and we'll spend a lot of time in this course on it. We have a separate Solman training course as well. It makes sense attending that only after you have attended a BASIS course. But what I do is, just as a courtesy, to most of the attendees here, we kind of give you the recording of few sessions from the Solman course, so that at your own disposal, at your own discretion, you can go through those recordings and benefit from it. Solution manager in the BASIS space. It's an ERP for a BASIS team, essentially. It's an ERP for the BASIS team if there's a one-liner you want to know about it, right? So that means the BASIS team, for them to manage their own landscapes, to monitor them, to manage them, to effectively upgrade them, to do an inventory, to have a system landscape directory, you use Solution Manager. If you master it, you have an ERP where the resource you're planning against are your SAP SIMs, right? SAP has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in this technology over the last 3 to 5 years. And to the extent that I spend close to 10 to 15 hours on a week trying to keep up with the technology, yet I cannot keep up. So fast is the change of pace, right, in that space. We'll talk more about it, right, about Solution Manager and the term which now the industry uses in SAP as well, called ALM, Application Lifecycle Management, right, which is a term which is inherent in the methodology of Solman. Solman is based upon 2 methodologies. You will see both of those being covered in the training material as we go through. One is the traditional SAP implementation methodology called ASAP, Accelerated SAP, and the other is SAP's run methodology called Run SAP, Run SAP, right? So one is project ASAP, the other is run or production support, right? Sustain mode as they call it, called Run SAP. And people build centers of excellence, competency centers, and more sustained run practices based on that methodology, Run SAP. Turbo SAP is our service offering in the performance management space. Performance management in an ERP application is very, very critical. Invariably, every client is going to experience it, some more, some less, but you're going to experience it because at the end of the day, SAP is SAP because they came up with the approach that all modules are in one single database, which is a double-edged sword. You get the integration because of that, and then you get the heartache because of that because all the modules are in one database, right? So it is one cohesive system, which is providing you reporting capabilities, which is providing you integration capabilities, and hence the database tables grow. There are a lot of locking issues. There are a lot of, SQL-related issues, in addition to your traditional performance issues, CPU processing issues. So very, very complex, and this is where a good basis admin differentiates himself or herself from the crowd, is how well can they manage performance-related issues. Because performance-related issues are not documented in textbooks, right? It is experience which teaches you how to deal with them. Assure SAP, which is our SAP automated quality assurance practice, where we focus on automation of test cases. The test cases being of either kind, either functional test cases where you use Quick Test Professional, which is an HP product, or there are performance test cases which you use HP's Load Runner product to automate. And in major implementations where you've got a lot of deployments going on, a lot of regions, a lot of countries, a lot of business units which have to go live, and even if that's not the case, where you've got a lot of releases, a lot of upgrades, a lot of patching going on, there is just no way you can go back to your user community, super users, power users, or key functional team members to continue to test again and again, because that's not a good use of their time. You want to capture that knowledge capital in automated scripts. And once captured, you want to replay them back, and you're going to see the results or the efficiency or the return on investment, because it is record once, play many, right? That's the whole mantra behind automated testing. Secure SAP. This is SAP security, application level security, design and administration. Very, very key component. Why is it key? At least in US, we all know from the debacle of Enron and Adelphia Cable, right, came into being Sarbanes-Oxley, right? And subsequently, SOD, segregation of duties, right? So from an auditing standpoint, if a company is listed by SEC or if it is a global company, they will ping you and ding you if this is not right, right? Because shareholders are after this, right? It could take down, tens of billions of dollars worth of companies like Enron, right? Because of lack of these kind of controls, right? So if it's an SEC listed company, there's no way they're going to compromise on any of this, right? So security design and administration is very key. I cannot tell you how many examples I've seen where people have got SAP all, which you will know in production. Everyone is a developer in a dev system, which it looks a very trivial system that everyone is a developer in a dev system. Yeah, that should be the case, but no. Remember, the landscape is a productive landscape, right? So even if you have a non-developer who has got developer access, it is an audit control issue right there. because they would build something, it would eventually get transported and it will reach production. Or they might change something, right? So just as in an airport, you cannot say that we only need to secure the plane. I don't really care about, the delivery company which is, supplying the food, or the company which is supplying the fuel. You cannot, right? Every single area needs to be secured, because from there, you will get to the plane. From the dev, you will get to production eventually, and countless examples I can name. Again, this might look trivial. It might not look relevant to the training. But then again, my goal is to truly make you practitioners and consultants in this space, right? Not just give you SAP transactions, because that you could have gotten, $19.99 book, right, from Amazon.com. But these are the things nobody's going to tell you. Right? It might take you
has
years
left the
to
conference.
at a client location or at a company. Train SAP, what we are doing today, and a lot of it is also specific training we provide to corporates, more packaged, more specific to their environment. What they do means there are countless basis teams, right? Where we have gone in to train the basis team because, people are at different levels, right? Or they might know one area and they never cross-train. Very, very
joined the
common for
conference.
a lot of SAP teams that they do not. Sorry, is there a question remotely?
Bhattavi, ready?
Has left the conference.
Okay, no. So we provide a lot of training of that kind, which is very focused, and then consult SAP, which is staff augmentation, right, in a lot of different consulting areas in SAP. These are solution offerings, which we are trademarked, right, because this is our core competency, right. Most of our engagements at clients start with something like this. If you are going to be in the basis field, believe me, you will be dealing with consulting companies or resources, consultants, or projects which fall in one of these areas, invariably. I'll just give you some of my background. I've given you my LinkedIn profile as well, so that you can refer to it. But roughly 20 plus years of IT experience. The first 5 of those years in the SAP space were at Big 5. And the only thing I can say about them is that, you should at least work for them for a couple of years, because the grooming which you get working for a Big 5 then, Big 4 now, is indispensable, right? Because your thought process changes, right? The way you approach a technology problem changes, right? It's not a good place to sustain your whole career at. Some people here are going to shoot me for that, but I grew at PwC, right? So I still remember my first day working for PwC. I went to a client site location at Times Square, a big publishing house, world's biggest publishing house, and the partner introduces me to their, back then a CTO who was responsible for the SAP project. That SAP, Ajay is your performance tuning expert. And I had not seen the SAP GUI screen, right? But you always know that you have till tomorrow, right, to kind of get back to the client with something. And that always helps you, right, overnight. And that's where the methodology for performance testing SAP was written on that client, actually, and PwC started using it globally, and subsequently IBM started using it globally. I've got 16 years of SAP Basis project management, team lead, administration, architecture experience. Those are the different capacities I've worked at or continue to work at. 12 plus SAP full lifecycle implementations in ERP space, around 5 in BW, 4 in Solution Manager, 2 in what used to be APO, Advanced Planner Optimizer, now called SCM, Supply Chain Management, Enterprise Portal, PI, BO, BPC. We're going to talk about these acronyms as time progresses. And again, SAP is innovating at a pace that you cannot learn at the same pace. I jokingly tell people that in 1995, 1996, when I started in SAP At the end of the year, when I went to my partner at PwC, then I said that in 1 year,
Has joined the conference.
30, to 40% of what there is for a basis admin to learn. Today, I kind of look back and say that I probably only know 10 to 15%. Why? The reason, I have digressed is because SAP has innovated at a pace which there's no way to catch up with. So what you want to do in that case is, you cannot say that I know ECC, BW, Solman, APO, SCM, EP, PI, BO, BPC, because these products are going to continue to evolve. At least the beauty is that if it is not a non-SAP product which they didn't buy, so let's keep BO aside because SAP bought the company, right? If it is a core SAP product, the benefit you have is that SAP in year 2000 announced the fact that they're going to build everything on NetWeaver. So once you understand the platform on which all the products are going to be built, as an administrator, you have laid down the right foundation. If you master the ABAP stack of NetWeaver and now subsequently the Java stack of NetWeaver, then you know that 60 to 70% of all system administration in any SAP product, you know. It is like a mechanic saying that I know the chassis on which Toyota is building everything but Avalon, right? That means no matter what product it is, right, whether it's a Corolla or it's a Camry, I know the chassis on which it's being built, so I know pretty much how to handle most of the mechanical issues. Rest of it, would be more specific to that product, which you will learn over time, right? And that's how you're going to see the focus of the courses as well, is to kind of get that fundamental right. And based on that, you'll be able to learn a lot of the products either through a course like this or even independently, right? Because you would know the fundamentals, the foundation on which the products have been built. I'm a certified SAP Basis Technical Consultant, certified by SAP AG, and this course is going to focus on giving you those skills to get certified. SAP certification is not trivial. I remember when I was taking it, and then subsequently enhancing it, it took preparation, right? It took close to 3 months after going through what was back then a PwC training. And even now, 3 to 4 people from every batch take it almost immediately, while I'm still in touch with them, and it gives me some pride and confidence that, people are learning and are getting certified. A certified consultant will definitely perform better than a non-certified consultant to begin with, right? Because at least, they know the theoretical aspects, right, of pretty much every single area in the NetWeaver stack, right? And also, what it tells me is that they have the passion to read and learn. And in technology which changes very fast, that skill set is very critical. Because you could have any number of years of experience. If you cannot read and learn, if you cannot pick up a manual, if you cannot pick up a trade magazine, you will never be competitive in the IT field because it's changing so fast, right? These people cannot tell me that I got 10 years of experience in social media. You just cannot make that statement, right? Because technology is so new. I've got, an MBA and an MS from Tier 1 universities in US, and I'll just say this about it. I went to, a top 5 MBA school in US with an intention to become an investment banker. I finished the course, with a 4.0 GPA, yet SAP was so lucrative and continues to be that I could not convince myself why be an IB, why be an investment banker, right? So whatever, however you want to interpret that, right? And I graduated when Coach was 4 years old, right? I started Coach and went to the B school almost at the same time. This company itself paid for my B school. Yet when I finished, I felt that, even though a lot of my a lot of my peers went into banking industry, went into more finance-oriented industries. 15 years of experience delivering professional education in SAP and the QA space. QA I've stopped because my family was after me, but SAP I still continue to give, right? Introduction to SAP. What is SAP? Obviously, it's a German acronym, and I'm not going to even try to pronounce it. But what it means is systems, applications, and products in data processing, right? It's the world's leading provider of enterprise application software and delivers products and services to help accelerate business innovation for more than 183,000 customers in more than 130 countries. Needless to say, they have no competition. In that space, they just have no competition, right? All of their competition for various reasons, right? Whether it was PeopleSoft, whether it was Bond, whether it was any other Oracle financials, right? Those companies have just done things which either they have shot themselves in the foot or they have done the wrong M&A activity, right? Oracle, PeopleSoft being the classic example of that, right? So I've got only one or two examples in the last 15 years where SAP was ripped out and something else was put in. It's always been the other way around. Something else was ripped out and SAP was put in. One example I have is actually in the Montvale area, where there used to be a company by the name of Bar Labs, which is a generic manufacturer. It was doing a massive SAP implementation. We were part of it. But when they were merged and bought by Teva Pharmaceuticals, Teva was using Oracle Financials, so they reverted everything back to Oracle, right? So that's one example. And then there's another big example, which is Pfizer, which actually did a 180-degree twice, right? Was trying to do SAP, ripped it out, did Oracle Financials, now back again to SAP. And probably the biggest implementation in North America right now going on for them. Other than that, there might be, obviously I don't know everything, but I've not heard of any other major stories of that nature. 80+% of Fortune 500 is using SAP, right? And the SAP Business Suite, and you will learn a lot of acronyms, but from a Business Suite standpoint, there are only 5 products today. There's ERP, also called ECC, which is Enterprise Resource Planning, which plans various resources of an enterprise. If it's the financial resource they're planning for, then the module is called FI. If it's a human resource they're planning for, then the module is called HR. If it's the material resource they're planning for, the module is called MM. That's the way you need to kind of look at, right? So multiple modules underneath the ERP product of SAP. Then SAP got to a point where the SD module, the sales and distribution module, right, which deals with selling to a customer, got to a point of sophistication where SAP said that I cannot build more complexity in the SD module because it's going to become so complex that it's going to be a product in itself. And that's where came the genesis of CRM, saying that let's take that functionality with which you want to enhance your sales and distribution capabilities, right, outside of the core SD, and put it into something with which you're going to manage your relationship with the customer and call it the CRM product. Right? So that's why the CRM's strongest integration is with the SD module. Having given you that example, what module in ERP do you think was the genesis of SRM? It's just on the reverse side, right? We talked about the customer side of things. Now if you talk about the supplier/vendor, right? So essentially it is accounts payable and vendor management, right? So it's really the accounts payable area and the vendor management areas in SAP as an ERP core module, when they were enhanced, right, came about the existence of SRM, Supplier Relationship Management. And then, similarly, when the material management module in ERP, production planning module in ERP were looked into, saying that the requirements planning and the supply chain capabilities need to be enhanced, came the genesis of SCM, Supply Chain Management. Similarly, in the material area itself, when SAP brought in capabilities on how is a product designed, where are the blueprints of the product kept, how does it evolve over time or enhanced over time, those capabilities are inherent in the MM module itself and number of other sub-modules. But when it was significantly enhanced to the extent that you can now track and manage the whole life cycle of a product, came the genesis of the PLM module of product. So that's how it evolved from the core, flagship product being ERP to the other ancillary 4 products of SAP. Together, they make up the business suite, right? You will rarely find a company which has implemented the whole business suite. But you will always find a company which has implemented the flagship product, right, ERP. And then they say, okay, only in those areas, where we outweigh the capabilities in ERP in that specific area, are we going to implement a product in that space, either CRM, SRM. So if you are a manufacturing company, it is very, very likely that you will do SCM, right? Because supply chain is very key for you, right? If you're a manufacturing company. But if you're, let's say, a services company, you're not going to be doing SCM. You're not going to be doing SRM. Why? Because if you are a services company, your supplier is your human resource. Your supplier is not any one of your vendors, right? It might be for what's called indirect procurement, pens, pencils, laptops, right? But you're not buying some material to manufacture something out of it, right? Which is called direct procurement. So for those companies, services companies, very, very common, you'll be implementing CRM because service sector, you're focused on the customer, you're focused on the client, you're managing quote-unquote engagements, right? Also, if you're a company which designs products, right, and that product has a life cycle to it, right? You're an auto manufacturer, you're in the aerospace and defense industry, invariably you will do PLM. If you're a pharmaceutical company, right? If you're in the process sector where recipes are important, like if you go to a pharmaceutical company, the recipe for the assembly line when medicines or injections are made, it's called the PI sheet, process instruction sheet. That PI sheet comes out of the PLM module, right? Because it is very, very critical to how you make it. Food, FDA means FDA-based industries, right? Whether it's a drug manufacturer or whether it's food manufacturer, right? Would tend to use PLM to have the process sheet instruction. Again, some of this might look functional, but as a basis admin, if you do not know what you're supporting and why you're supporting, why are you installing all this crap, you will just continue to install it. Right? But if you understand the fundamentals behind it, that why is your company ticking and investing hundreds of millions of dollars in this, you will go a long, long way because you would have those fundamentals behind you. And that's why I'm focusing on this, right? Is that why is this business suite? Why is it critical? How did SAP even evolve to this, right? Okay. Introduction to SAP. TLAs, 3-letter acronyms, right? This is our own doing, right? SAP does it to make it difficult for the competition. We guys do it to make it difficult for our competition, right? It's just barrier to entry. However, the goal of this course is to kind of make it simple for you, right? Software companies tend to do it so often. Why? Because you can relicense the same software, right? It's a perpetual license. You rebrand it, do something, you can sell the same license all over again, right? SAP Business Suite Applications, ERP, also called Enterprise Resource Planning, and most often you will use the word ECC, and people ask me very often, Ajay, what's the difference between ERP and ECC? It is very, very important to understand it, that ECC stands for Enterprise Central or Core Component. What it is telling you as a consumer is that the core of the SAP ERP product is not going to change for 5 to 7 years. That's what SAP's CEO responded back to the CIOs of the world, that we are not going to change the core that often. We are going to keep the core stagnant, constant for 5 to 7 years, preventing you from doing an upgrade. ERP, current version, ECC 6, or also called 2006, came out in 2006. SAP has not had, so it's 6 years in the counting, right, to the 7th year, a release of beyond ECC 6 since then. And they're sticking to their guns. Why? Because the single biggest complaint from the CIOs to SAP was that we cannot upgrade and continue to upgrade because, guess what? An upgrade project in SAP is a $20 million plus endeavor. That we cannot continue to do this and put our business at risk and spend this kind of money. Why? Because number one, double bookkeeping has been double bookkeeping since the time people started keeping accounts. What the hell are you changing in FICO? SAP had no answer to this, but then SAP said, well, but you guys, want this special ledger, you want these other capabilities, new GL, or you want, some other way of doing accounting. So collectively they agreed to saying that new innovation, that means new capabilities, new functionalities are going to be delivered in ERP outside of ECC in what we today know as enhancement packs. Is that the periphery is going to be upgraded without touching the core. And the moment you make that statement, what you're saying is that when you apply enhancement packs or when you upgrade enhancement packs, they are benign to your core functionality. Same statement cannot be made about support packages, and you're going to learn what is a support package as time progresses. But a very fundamental change in SAP's release management approach came about when they introduced the concept of enhancement packs, saying that the innovation, new capability, new functionality is going to be segregated from the core, even though it's one single system. And with that, you will have the ability to get new innovation without touching the core. And the core has not changed 6 years and counting from ECC 6 days, which is ERP 2006. I've just listed some of the modules here, right? Warehouse management, project systems, HR, PP, MM, SD, FICO, called as FICO in the industry, right? Other products of SAP as well have got modules in them. Like if I look at SCM, supply chain management, has got modules like DP for demand planning the demand, right, out there, what's going to be in the future. SAP's ERP could never forecast in the future. It could do MRP, but forward-looking, right, maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It could not say what's the demand going to be for PlayStation XYZ next fiscal year during December. It could not do that kind of analysis. In fact, I work for a company that's the only place where they implemented BW and SCM before they implemented ERP, because that company didn't manufacture anything in US. It only sold in US. At that time, world's biggest electronic manufacturer, Sony Electronics, right? So for them, it was more critical to predict and forecast what can they sell in US as opposed to what can they manufacture in US, right? So they wanted to forecast in the future, so you need demand planning. But the forecasting models of the future are based upon the sales of the past. And seeing some kind of you use linear regression to kind of figure out what can past tell us about future. And then also do some other math, some other mathematical models. So you needed BW to kind of look at historical data buckets, that how have we been selling various products or various SKUs, as they call shopkeeping units, in the future. So that's DP module. Supply network planning, which is your network of plants, warehouses, distribution centers. Where and how should you locate them so that you can get to your customer fastest and so that your inventory costs and your manufacturing costs are least. In fact, that supply network planning didn't come from manufacturing companies. The logic and the technology behind that came from the airline industry. What we today know as the airline hub and spoke model is what was the genesis of how companies place their distribution centers, their plants, and where they place it. A very well-renowned Indian scientist, while studying in US, during his term paper, came up with that model. It's called the Karmarkar's algorithm, right? Which is the concept of weighting. That, if I need to take if I'm United Airlines, right, and I know the whole traffic pattern in US, why do I want to build my hub in Newark, right? Or why do I need to have another one in Houston? And then why do I want to route traffic through these hubs? That even though I might lose traffic, even though it's a longer route, why is it going to enhance my profitability in the future? So that algorithm is from Karmarkar, is scientist, and that's what drives the S&P module. And there are other algorithms since then. There have been a number of variants of it. Again, these are all functional things, right? But you need to understand what's happening in the system, right? Appreciate that as we get into what's the engine behind it, right? What's the technology on which it's built. Supply network collaboration. This is what's called CPFR in the industry, collaborative planning, forecast, and replenishment. This is where you tell your customer to help you figure out what your demand is. Collaborative planning. That means if I'm Sony Electronics, I'm relying on Best Buy to tell me how many PlayStations to manufacture. And Best Buy is probably relying on Amazon.com if they're selling through Amazon.com, or point of sale systems sitting at their retail outlets to figure out real time what is happening, right? Because gone are the days, right? Companies like Samsung manufacturing handhelds where the full PLM, the product life cycle of a handheld phone, is probably 9 months. That's it. Right? You're not going to be looking at a Galaxy Tab for more than 9 months to a year, right? A whole different generation of it is going to come out. So if you're planning for those kind of products and you're building a supply network collaboratively for that, you need real-time information. So SNC is that module. Again, you would appreciate over time that a lot of what SAP has done is for manufacturing industry. Where they are behind overall is in the services industry, and where they are the furthest behind than any other ERP product. In fact, where ERP very rarely exists is the financial, banking, and the insurance industry, right? Very, Sybase and proprietary applications written on top of Sybase is what a lot of the Wall Street today runs on, right? even today. And SAP or any other ERP product has not had a foray into that, right? Because nobody has yet figured out that I know how to sell, a dial soap through SAP or a CPG product through SAP. How do I sell a portfolio of securities through SAP? Whole different paradigm, right? The MM module is not built to do that. So, same with the services industries, right? How do you sell different services through the same MM module? And how do you sell something which is not a tangible product? Right? And SAP has come a long way. Obviously, it has delivered, if it's not a tangible product, it has said for services industry, implement PS, project systems, right? Whether you're doing a staff augmentation, whether you're doing an engagement for whatever purpose, right? The engagement could be building a house. The engagement could be, writing a book, right? So, as I gave you the example of the publishing house, the world's biggest publishing house, they use the PS module. So, from the time when they gave the contract to a writer or a writer approached them with a manuscript, all the way till they had an ISBN number, the life cycle of the book was managed in a PS module. How much time was spent by the writer, how much time was spent by the editors, how much time was spent by the publisher, what happened to the book, right? What's the profitability over the life cycle? And if the book eventually became a DVD tomorrow or somebody bought the rights from a royalty standpoint to make a movie on it, every damn thing to the penny is going to be tracked. That's called the PLM, right? Again, royalties and all is also new to SAP, right? They are themselves figuring it out, right? Royalty systems, even in SAP as a module or sub-module, is relatively new. So, because the bread and butter for SAP is still manufacturing, right? Services came second. Specialized services sectors came next, right? So, in the financial industry, especially insurance, SAP is now very good at, because they have called what's called an industry solution, which we're going to talk about, where SAP has built specialized pre-configured versions of their products called industry solutions, saying that if I tell you that how is a claim handled in SAP, right, and if I pre-configure it and I give it to you as an industry solution called IS, Industry Solution Claims, now whether you're Allstate, whether you're State Farm, one of your biggest challenges, which is claims processing, is resolved, right? Because you're not going to do it any differently. And most of what you do is claims processing, right? That's where you're running a big customer support center, right? But if I give you the capability, again, through the CRM module, to be doing claims processing and say that it's almost pre-configured, you're going to buy it, right? Because you're not the same as a manufacturing company to that extent, right? So there are, I think, 20 plus industry solutions, from aerospace and defense to IS oil to IS claims to CPG to even to AFS, apparel and footwear, right? So Levi's uses it, Nike uses it, same industry solution. And SAP, the way they build these industry solutions is they partner with a company in that space, saying that we are going to help you write what you want to write, but we are going to own the code. Some companies don't like it, right? Some companies say, okay, we'll let you do it, right? Because what we are doing is not very proprietary, right? But when they go to a company like Boeing, saying that, can you help us build aerospace and defense template? Boeing is going to say no, right? Because I might save maybe $100, $200 million doing that, but I might lose $1 billion to Airbus industry, right? So I'm not going to tell you, because there are only 2 or 3 other players in the whole world who know this, and SAP is not going to be one of those. But over time, if it's not Boeing, if it's not Airbus, it might be Lockheed, it might be Bombardier, it might be some other company which might help SAP to build it, right? And then they will come up with a model that how do you sell what's called work in progress, right? Manufacturing. Singapore Airlines does not pay for a Dreamliner when it is fully landed in Singapore, right? They are paying for it as it's in the tarmac being built. And they are going to continue to pay for it at various ways, shape, and fashion, even if it is grounded after it was delivered to them. Right? So the whole sales cycle is very different. Right? Okay. So, and similarly, you got TPVS, which is Transportation Planning and Vehicle Scheduling. So, again, in supply chain, right? How am I going to transport? How am I going to schedule my vehicles, right? So, if I am Pepsi, right, big SAP implementation, who is scheduling the Frito-Lay trucks you see on the street? Who has to go where, how to replenish the inventory? You will be surprised that the inventory sitting on that Frito-Lay truck going on the street is actually a floating warehouse in SAP. A floating warehouse, right? It's called consigned inventory, right? Which is sitting on the truck. And when they go and use their handheld and stack up a shelf in a grocery store, that single handheld transaction will become what's called an IDOC, an intermediary document, and hit a VA01 transaction for sales processing in SAP. And what I just said is going to make more sense for you as we move through the course. But that's the sophistication of how they're supplying, right? And same is with IS Retail, which is industry solution for retail, where the point of sales transaction, right? And Home Depot was the pioneer in this, and they struggled with this, again, performance, right? Every single product being scanned from a Home Depot retail outlet, they wanted to make sure that that transaction from an inventory standpoint is hitting the global SAP system. It's just not past me. SAP bought the company which pioneered in POS systems, but they themselves failed to do that kind of integration because the system is not at that level of sophistication where you can run a Home Depot kind of a company, a Walmart kind of a company where the POS sales are registering in SAP. Independently, every item being scanned is hitting an inventory in SAP. But it's going to get there, right? It's going to get there. And that's where in-memory computing is going to come in handy, right? Where you're going to move much faster. The transaction processing is going to happen much faster. And SAP is the only vendor out there which today has got 4, not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 in-memory computing platforms. And I'm going to tell you all 4 of them, and I can tell you can ask any basis admin, might not be able to tell you all 4 of them. Because you need to, again, as I told you, need to do a lot of reading, a lot of analysis, and read trade magazines. Where is SAP heading? The first and foremost in-memory computing platform SAP, which they built indigenously, was called LiveCache, which is what runs as part of the supply chain management system. It's called LC, LiveCache. That's where your supply network planning, that Karmarkar's algorithm, and your demand planning, that's where those linear regression, right? So linear regression is basically solving simultaneous differential equations for those of you from engineering background, right? That's where linear regression algorithms are running real time. What if scenarios, simulation, right? That was their very first in-memory computing platform for SCM area. Second came, I think, let me just make sure that this, all right, Baswi, I'll hold off to your question again, and we'll come back and answer those. And the reason I wanted to hold off was this, is that I lost my, okay, yeah. So the second in-memory computing platform
has joined the conference
was called BWA, Business Warehouse Accelerator, right? So this is where they found that the reports in BW do not run fast enough. Why? Because at the end of the day, it has to go to the disk. Disk is a physical device it has to spin up. Even if it is spinning, it can spin only so fast. There is an RPM to it, right? So you will eventually reach the physical limitations of a physical device, right? So what's the other way around? Go to subatomic level, semiconductor, right? That means memory, right? Where you have got 2 orders or 3 orders of magnitude of difference in response time. The seek time of a disk versus seek time of memory. And there came the genesis of what's now called a linear index, right? That linear index is indexing a BW cube in BWA, Business Warehouse Accelerator, right? And we'll talk more about it. So that was the second in-memory computing device. The third came about when SAP bought Sybase. Sybase has got nearline analytical in-memory computing platform called NAI or IQ, which was the engine which Sybase used for their text message aggregation technology, right? Where SMS messages, right? Like if you look at American Idol, right? All the text messages which go and you say that, you know, who came first, who came second, who came third within split seconds. That aggregation model on how that aggregation is happening real time
has left the conference.
Engine. So that was the third technology SAP acquired more recently, and the fourth one I think everyone knows is HANA, right? And I can tell you this, my gut tells me with HANA, at least 1 or 2 of the previous in-memory technologies is going to go away, and HANA is going to replace it. And then eventually, your traditional disk-oriented RDBMS is going to go away, and HANA is going to replace it. People had the same doubts when NetWeaver was released in 2000. NetWeaver replaced what was called BASIS back then to NetWeaver System Administration in 7 to 8 years, where nothing SAP built was built outside of NetWeaver. That's why Larry Ellison is scared, right? Because what SAP, and I don't know if people know Vishal Sikka, who's the CTO of SAP, because he is clearly stating that we will be the number 1, number 2 database vendor in the world, not ERP vendor, database vendor in the world. Which is a big statement to make on your public-facing website. Right, so again, some perspective. More terminology. SAP NetWeaver, again, very, very misunderstood. If what we talked about was the business suite, where is NetWeaver and where are things like XI, PI, Portal, BI? They are all part of the NetWeaver stack, and you will learn soon what's called the refrigerator diagram of SAP NetWeaver. And that refrigerator diagram is going to introduce to you the various components which make up SAP NetWeaver. The most fundamental of those is the web application server. The most fundamental of those is the web application server. Let me just take the time to answer some of these questions since I'm getting sidetracked by that anyhow. So the third in-memory platform is Sybase, NAI, and IQ, and the fourth one is HANA, right? Then Vasuvi's question is, does CRM, SRM, etc. depend on ERP or ECC? Yes, because they get data and they send data to ERP, ECC, right? So they depend in a fashion that they are tightly integrated. If you just have a CRM system, you cannot do much with it. SAP has built CRM, but built it with very tight integration using a technology called ALE, Application, Linking and Embedding, right? Which integrates CRM and integrates SRM with ECC. So tightly integrated. I mean, is ECC mandatory for other business suites? Technically, no. Means your system would still be up and running, humming. But if your core ERP product were Oracle Financials, you got to be a confused decision maker if you say that I'm going to be using Oracle Financials as my core ERP product and using SAP CRM as my CRM product, right? Because you will then be building the integration which you can buy relatively cheaply from SAP. Cheap in a sense that it's cheaper. SAP probably spent, $300–400 million building it. There's no way you can build it, with much less. You're better off buying that integration, right? Buy versus build. In today's world, it's very clear. Buy everything which your competitors already know about. Build only what you do not want your competitors to know about, right? If E-Trade has a stock trading application, which guarantees 1 millisecond, fulfillment time, they're only going to invest on that, right? They're not going to invest on, something, which everyone already knows about, right? Something which is core to your business. If you are UPS or FedEx, when the person who takes your digital signature walks down to the truck and syncs the handheld, you're investing in that technology, right? But you're not going to invest in an accounts payable technology if you're a UPS or FedEx, right? Because that's not core to your business. So that's key. And the reason I gave you that example is because I wrote the integration from that handheld device to SAP. For every single UPS truck, the small package shipping module, which does the XML back, where from the SD module in SAP you can track a 1Z tracking number. I wrote that integration for UPS in Paramus, right? And this was like 8 years ago now. But they invested a lot of money, right? And this was, Accenture was doing it, and Accenture needed help. Coach helped them to implement it. But, this is what they wanted to invest in, right? They didn't want to buy it from someplace else. In fact, nobody else would be writing it anyhow, right? So you have to do it custom. So you had a question?
Yeah. What is NEI?
It's nearline analytics, right? And it's just the acronym goes the other way, right? But it's nearline analytics. It's essentially saying in-memory analytical capability. Okay, so that answers Basivi's question. What are the various RDBMS systems supported by SAP? Obviously the big ones, right? DB2, both the flavors, right? Whether it is running on what we know as OS 390 mainframe or running on the open systems, what actually is called UDB, right? Flavor of DB2. Obviously SQL Server, Sybase now, MaxDB, which is SAP's earlier database product, Oracle, right, are the major ones, right? Obviously,
we used to have Informix also, right?
Yes, but Informix is gone. Yes, no longer supported yet. It used to be supported at one point in time. Yeah. Obviously, most of the implementations are on 3 databases. Most of them on SQL Server, most in terms of number. Most volume conducted is on Oracle because Fortune 500s are using Oracle. And then obviously DB2, right? some of the big companies are using DB2 running on mainframe for your database server, and you will see what that means, and the app servers running on open systems like AIX. So if you look at the big ones, CCE, which is Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is using DB2 running on OS 390 as the database server. Then they use ICLI, which is Interactive Command Line Interface, ICLI, and then connect it to an app server, which could be running on either Windows or AIX. If you want to be a true IBM shop, you would run it on AIX, right? Sony Electronics had the same. Home Depot had the same. John Deere has the same. Motorola has the same. I'm just thinking of these because I did a lot of work at Sony and Home Depot, so I just know all the players, and Coke, all the players which have got this DB2 backend. There are only a handful, maybe 10, 15 companies running DB2 on mainframe. This is back in the days when they thought that only the mainframe could scale. Now, obviously, there are a number of other avenues, right? You could do clustering, you could distribute your load, you could do rack environment, right? For Oracle, right? And then Oracle has a new technology called Exadata, right, where the whole database runs like an appliance, which even goes further. So that answers that question. All right. So.
One more question. Do they use Solaris also, or just AIX?
Yeah, Solaris. Yeah, Solaris can. Yeah. So that's the other question, right? This question was asked on. This question was asked for the databases, right? Similarly, there's platform, right? What platforms are supported? So obviously the big ones, Windows, Linux, and various flavors of Unix, right? Solaris being one of them. But then again, remember, as I told you, with the advent of cloud computing, from a platform standpoint, I just find it very difficult for AIX and Solaris and HPUX and all to be prevalent for too long, right? Just prevalent for too. It's a difficult model, right? Because these companies are not willing to work with Amazons of the world, right, or VMwares of the world to kind of say that, you know, let's come up with the logical partitioning technology, which is more generic, right? They all have their own virtualization technology, which is not out in the open, right? So, all right. All right. Vasavi, thanks. And, you know, this is how we're going to benefit from the other members, right? If, you know, it looks like Vasavi is a DB2 expert, right? So we're going to benefit from our, you know, from a peer group here. What is the difference between BW and BI? Actually, there is nothing. It is just a way for SAP to make more money. They keep changing the acronyms. A lot of times they change it for political reasons. A lot of times they change it for acquisition reasons. A lot of times they change it for licensing reasons, mostly for licensing. Because if you change the name of the product, you can license it differently, right? Even though it might be the same. BW stands for Business Warehouse. BI stands for Business Intelligence. The only rational reason which SAP now gives is that BW means the backend, i.e. your data model, which consists of your info objects, your data flows, your info cubes, right, and the ETL logic between them. BI includes all of that, plus the intelligence layer on top, which is called the OLAP layer, Online Analytical Processing layer, which includes Business Explorer and Business Objects now. So BI as a term became more popular in the SAP space after SAP bought Business Objects in 2007, I think, 2007, 2008. I assume you will tell us what to review and study for the next class. Yes. Every class, other than today's class, you're going to get a homework. And every class except today's class, you will have a quiz in the morning. So there is something to be said about learning like you would learn in a school, because then you will eventually learn. It will almost be run like that. You will get homework. I'll show you examples of it. You will get classwork. I'll show you examples of it. You will get a quiz. I'll show you examples of that. Right.
I can see you.
Has left the conference.
Right. So Srinivas, I'm going to stop at your question. I'm going to come back to it for benefit of time here. Do we get the recordings for today? That's an easy one. Yes, you get all recordings. Not to download, but to playback for 1 year. All right, so other SAP, oh sorry, I didn't finish the NetWeaver stack. So web application server is the fundamental on which the NetWeaver stack is built. Business intelligence and BW, right? I told you that they keep changing the name, right? So, and again, actually, even after we built this slide, it's back to BI. XI, Exchange Infrastructure, which is now called PI, Process Integration. The old name or the new name for XI is PI. Portal, MDM for Master Data Manager. Very, very critical component, MDM, is to syndicate master data, right? Because right now, if you look, if you have the customer, your customer is in your ECC system, your customer is in your CRM system, right? And the customer is probably in your SCM system. If you have material, it's in your SCM system, it's in your ECC system. And the moment you take one master data element and put it in multiple systems, no matter how thorough you are, you will get to a point where in one system it's called Bell Labs, in the other system
has left the
AT&T.
conference.
In the third system it's called ATT. In the fourth system it's called AT&T Wireless, right? And you're sending your invoices, bills, etc., all to different places, and you got a big master data issue. In SAP, master data is the key. The example I'm going to give you now is going to make your hair rise. Working for a company, food manufacturing company. In SAP, everything starts from a bill of material. That means what makes up that product, right? And every product which makes up your final finished good is costed for, so that you can have the raw material cost, manufacturing cost, and then your sales price, so that you can really figure out your profit, because you can run a P&L report at any given point in an SAP system. You don't have to wait for a month-end close, right? So in this company, the master data for what goes into making a can of soup, which is mushroom, was weighed. You had to weigh dry mushroom, they weighed wet mushroom. Sorry, the other way around. They weighed dry mushroom instead of wet mushroom. And hence the total cost of mushroom changed because on how it was weighed in the master data, right? The way it is set up, where the cost of the soup became more than the selling price of the soup, right? Because it's, because the mushroom absorbs water, right, by multiple orders of magnitude. Right? And if you're not setting up the weight right, where you run your P&L, your whole company's P&L will turn red, right? Because you're selling at a price less than your what's called ABC, right? Activity-based costing, right? You're doing bottoms-up costing, right? That's the beauty of an integrated application, but that's the drawback also, right? If one single master data element is not set up correctly, it's going to come to haunt you. So a major career aspect in SAP, and these consultants are very cherished, are master data consultants, right? Who have loaded your master data, who understand your data architecture, who understand how data is loaded. Integration architects, right? Who understand how data goes back and forth between various systems, legacy systems in SAP, or between SAP and SAP, or within ERP itself for that matter. MDM gives you the ability to say that I am not going to keep my customer either in ECC or in CRM. I'm going to keep it in MDM. And both ECC and CRM are going to make an RFC call, remote function call to MDM to solicit the data. Single source of truth, right? So that's the rationale behind it.
Are
They have not made too much progress. You already know, right? They bought a company, they dumped the product, they built it themselves. They have not been able to make significant inroads either in technology or in convincing the customers why they need to spend the money. Even though the statements I made sound very good, right? But companies, for performance reasons, right? When you say that every sales order is going to go and start making now RFC calls to an MDM data to get material master information and then customer master information, right? And if you're doing a billing dual list or a delivery dual list and you're doing hundreds of thousands of this, that performance is what's preventing them from selling enough and hence enhancing the technology enough. However, now what has happened is that MDM has
left the conference.
Why? Because all cubes have the same master data element right in it. So now what they're trying to do is they're trying to kind of say that if we make BW and the BI layer and the MDM layer synonymous, right? That means the master data aspect of it is the same, because the master data has to be shared, more importantly, between your OLTP systems and your OLAP systems, right? Because that's your dimensional entity, that you will be able to make a much better case. So that's where, if you now look at a BI stack, MDM is sitting in the BI stack. And a lot of people actually ask, what does that mean, right? But that's the new direction SAP is taking. But still, even in spite of that, I have not seen too many implementations. The last one I worked was in 2009, and I've personally not worked on any one since then. Other SAP products: Solman for Solution Manager, BPC, Business Planning and Consolidation. This is a company which SAP bought called OutlookSoft, maybe 4.5–5 years ago. This is a great application in a sense that it lets you plan your business from a financial standpoint. You can do what-if analysis. If you say that if I float this coupon tomorrow on Tide, right? If Tide is what, from P&G, right? I think from P&G, right? So if I float this coupon on Tide tomorrow, what is it going to do to my sales? Business planning, right? It's got that kind of logic built in. Based upon past sales and past promotions, it can predict that if I put this coupon out, what is it going to do to my sales? It's going to decrease your sales cost, right? The sales price because of the coupon, but it's going to increase your sales volume. But together, am I going to be better off or worse off? So that kind of what-if analysis from a business planning side, and it goes a long way. It goes a long way. Sophistication I've seen at one of the company, not only floating a coupon, they say if I float a coupon but I'm advertising the coupon and paying for the advertisement during Super Bowl, what is it doing to me? Right? Month after month or quarter after quarter, that's business planning. And then the consolidation piece of it is the SEC reporting. It spits out, what's the form called for SEC reporting on a quarterly basis, right? 10K. Right? So the 10K form is coming out of this on your business financials consolidation. This runs on top of your BI system and gets your financials data from your ERP system. A lot of the key FICO consultants or, SMEs in that area have eventually now migrated. They do BPC consulting work, right? Because this is where, a lot of what's happening in finance, right, is taking place. Then BO and BOBJ, either of the terms used, business objects, right? This is the SAP's new OLAP layer or reporting layer, right? It has got the BOE, as it's called, Business Objects Enterprise, which has got Web Intelligence, Excelsius, reporting, which is the dashboarding capability, Crystal Reports, which is called Pixel Perfect reporting, right? So all of those are built into it. BO Data Services, all called BODS, BODS, is the new ETL product, right? Extract, transformation, and loading, right? So what used to be inherent and which people still use, which is the BI extractions. Now SAP is giving you BODS, much more sophisticated to do ETL between SAP to SAP, ECC to BI, or non-SAP to SAP. And there's a BO federator to federate data, to syndicate data, right? Number of layers within the BO space, but these are the key ones. GRC, Governance, Risk, and Compliance. This is SAP's security implementation, right, where you can build a lot of your security roles. This is a company which SAP bought maybe 8 years ago, called Versa, owned by an Indian ABAP developer, sold for $400 million. And this is when you get lucky, right, is that he built controls in security right when Enron was going under and SOX and SOD was becoming very, very common and prevalent, and came up with things like firefighter, concept of a firefighter ID, compliance calibrator, right? So some of these new terms were introduced, right, where you could put the compliance framework, SOD framework, Sarbanes-Oxley framework, firefighter ID concept. So now all of that has been bundled into a new product called GRC. SOA, everyone knows, services-oriented architecture. Again, lots and lots of web services in SAP. All the web services in SAP are now the WSDL for them, which is Web Services Description Language, right? The WSDL for them and the service itself is published through what's called PI, Process Integration, right? That's where the source for all the web services is. People typically confuse PI to only mean integration of data back and forth, but that's not it. It also has your repository for your web services. No matter where they originate from, the repository is in PI. And SAP has got literally thousands and thousands of web services, which they themselves consume and also make it available to the world to consume. Okay. Okay. No hard feelings there, Mark. Just an example. All right, so from a course content standpoint, we are going to focus on 5 PDFs, which will all be provided to you. 2 of them are on SAP NetWeaver. AS stands for Application Server Implementation and Operations Part 1, which is TADM 10_1, TADM 10_2. And then 2 of them focus on just 2, right? Just more advanced topics, right? TADM 12_1, 12_2. The third one, and this is, we had a choice, between picking SQL Server or Oracle. We have picked Oracle. A lot of our systems are running Oracle, running on Linux, but to give you a good flavor, we'll also show a Windows SQL Server SID as well, so you can kind of get a feeling of different platforms, different technologies. Anything, including installing the application and above, is platform agnostic anyhow, right? That's the beauty of it, right? The ABAP logic is the same whether it was running on HP UX, Solaris, Windows, SQL Server, Oracle, DB2, ain't going to change, right? Because what people don't understand, but when I tell you the NetWeaver stack, that web application server, beneath it has got what's called an OS and DB abstraction layer. That OS and DB abstraction layer should be considered similar to what in the Java world we call a JVM. It basically virtualizes the whole environment. And that's why once you write in ABAP, you consume in ABAP, no matter what the platform is. Once you write in Java, in an SAP Java stack, no matter where it's running, it's the same thing, right? I mean, that's J2EE in general anyhow, right? So, but even before Java came out, even before a J2EE kind of a app server concept became common, an ABAP web server already existed for 10 plus years, right? So where the SAP was already using that technology. And there cannot be a more stable app server. You know, there are some SAP systems which we keep running for as long as our Cisco appliance is running, right? It's just like as stable as a Cisco router would be, right? It's just running, right? I stop it for some unrelated reason, right? There's no memory leak, there's nothing, it just keeps running, right? I've got uptimes of, you know, 500 days, 600 days on some of the SIDs. Obviously, in training environment, right, you're not patching, upgrading so often, so, you know, so much that sometimes it just keeps running, right? Running. So that's the course content, the syllabus. I'm going to spend some time talking about the DVD which all of you have either gotten or if you have not registered, you will get. How do things look in that DVD, where I've put what. You all know that everything we do is through a Yahoo group. You all will be part of a Yahoo group, so you can read each other's questions when you ask a question. If I need to disseminate any information, Amol needs to disseminate any information, or a lab assistant needs to disseminate any information, it will be through this channel. Any questions you ask is through this channel. Other than a question, you know, which you only want me to know, ask it through here so that your colleagues benefit from it, right? A lot of the exercises we do in class is one thing, but the ones which are homework, when you do ask questions, again through the Yahoo group, so that, you know, even before, most of the times, even before I could answer, one of you would answer to help your colleague. And that in itself would be part of the learning, right? Where you're seeing where people are getting stuck. We got a lot of hands-on exercises, which I'm going to show you shortly as well. And then we have built a custom install guide, just so that we can teach you a full installation of SAP, from installing the file system to logging into an installed SID in one single day. Not only I'm going to install it, I'm going to teach you in the same day. And that is made possible by taking the SAP's 500-page install guide and watering it down to what you really need to know. Cliff Notes version, right, of the SAP install guide. So I'll kind of show you that as well. Also, my goal is not only to teach you what's important for you to be productive at a customer site, at a client site, or your place of work, but also to get a credible certification at the end of it. So as we go through this course, I'll give you examples of questions you might get asked, what is important from a certification exam standpoint, or what's not, right? And also there is material in the DVD which is beneficial from that standpoint. And having said that, 7 questions. Okay, we'll come to the questions shortly. Here is how the DVD looks like. I'm showing you an online version, but this is how it will look when you open it up. And I just wanted to kind of give you a sense of it. Most of the material which we are going to study, right, are these 5 PDFs, right? A lot of the other material here is some older material, right? But it's still there, available to you, right? I have not removed it. We're not going to cover those. We're going to focus on these 5 PDFs. The SAP installation. Some of the install guides are here, but more importantly, since we are going to do the installation in a Linux environment, in Red Hat Linux, on a VM environment, how all of that was built is also provided to you, right? So the right Linux books, right? The right Red Hat Enterprise Linux books, right? How are the file systems set up, right? I'm just going to kind of give you an example, right? So for a Solman implementation, you know, what file systems are we using? What size did we configure them, right? So even that kind of detail is embedded in there so that you're aware, right, that how was all of that built. How was the installation of the Linux itself done? How was the installation of the VMware done? Live meeting recordings for all. One of the previous batches, this is way old, but it's like given to you, right, so that you can look at it, right? I told you about Solution Manager recordings. Solution Manager recordings for the first day are given to you, right? And also BW recordings. BW used to be part of this course at one point when this was a 12-day course. People said that they're not interested in it, so we made the course 8 days. That was the consistent feedback we got. But the recording for those days is given to you so that you can look at it. These recordings, after you review them, you can build from an info object all the way till a BW query yourself. Now, you don't want to become a BW developer, but once you have done it, and now you are faced with a BW performance issue, you will be a rock star in that team as a basis admin because you know the building blocks. I can tell you countless basis admins when I interview them, you ask them what is a star schema, and they look at you dazed. But if a basis admin does not know what a star schema is and how it is manifested in the database, how the hell are you going to tune it? That means you do not even know how would a query go against the dimensional tables and the fact table. Again, we'll read more about it, right? But that's why basis is difficult, is because it relies, it's not very, very specific. It's not limited scope. It's unlimited scope. It is really unlimited scope. And you got to be jack of all the trades and master of many, unfortunately, right? None doesn't exist, right? All right, so, and in addition, you know, you got some very good books provided to you here. These books in itself are probably $400 to $500, right? Electronic versions of them, right? Including a certification guide, step-by-step BW guide, SAP system admin guides, right? Again, right? It's there. There are a lot of specific training material on specific SAP topics. Some of them might be dated, but you may just still kept them there, right, if you want to refer. There's a knowledge base folder. So anything anybody has asked me in this course for which I had to provide some information, I've kind of dumped it here so that, you know, you have available to you as knowledge base, including somebody at some point asked, Ajay, how did you prepare for your certification? So even when I prepared for it, which was a long time ago, I've given my preparation, whatever, spreadsheets, workbooks, different guides I prepared for myself. I haven't included that. Obviously, some of it might be dated, but it is that comprehensive, right? So it's the knowledge base folder. In addition, here is how homework is going to be given to you, right? So every batch, so this is a previous batch, right? After day one, right, after the introductory class, every class you're going to have a homework. So I'm just going to pick up day one homework for batch 39, the previous batch, right? Right? What all they need to do, register in SDN, service marketplace, SAP GUI installation, check your login, blah, 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 right? try a few commands, right, etc. So it's, right, the stuff you need to do, and that's where the learning is going to come from. Right? Guys, pay attention here. There's no need to do anything hands-on. School. Kidding. All right, so that's how you're going to receive homework, right? I think somebody had asked the question, I forget whom. And by the same token, there are exercises which we are going to do. So there are, starting day 2 till day 8, there are exercises, right? And they are very well drafted, right? If I just pick up, I don't know, day 4 exercise, right? I just pick one of them up. So this is an exercise on a client copy, right? So you will actually go, this is an exercise on transport of a role, right? So you're transporting a security role. Not only are you transporting it, in the previous exercise you would have built that role. So you have built something, security role, and then you will be asked to transport it. Not only would you have the steps you need to do, you'll have the screenshots of it, why you are doing it, some explanation, how you should name it, blah, 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 right? So I will be doing it, you will be doing it, you'll have the recording, you'll have the exercise. So if still you don't learn, I can easily say it's your fault, right? So you'll have exercise for every day. In addition, these are documented exercises. In addition, there would be smaller ones. But these are hands-on, which will work in our environment. So there are 8 of them, but they are, 10, 15 pages each, right? So this is from an exercise standpoint, and I shouldn't have come out of it. And Solution Manager installation documents. This is where you have this custom installation guide. So this is a guide which we have built on how to do an install on a Red Hat environment, virtualized using VMware with an Oracle database. And you will see how it has been structured, because even when you're at a customer location, the first time you do any install for your environment, you will put some instructions together. Different people call it different things, right? We have called it a custom installation guide. And procedure documents of this nature are going to be key on how successful you are running your shop, right? So here is an example of it, and in fact, you'll be surprised, this was built by a student. So a lot of the students who graduate from here, who are trying to break into the SAP field would ask me, Ajay, give me a mini project. So this individual asked for that, and that's the project he got, and this is his deliverable coming out of it, right? So he was groomed, mentored outside of the training program to not only put the guide together, but put the procedure together, which all of you will follow, and and it has been going on for a few years, right? Last name is Dhingra, but not related to me. Dhingras typically do good. So, very well laid out, right? Error resolution protocol. He even went to the point that if you run into errors, how should you even open up a message in the Yahoo group, right, to have it resolved? What all information you need to provide, right? So that he's actually guiding you through the process, right? And you will see proper table of contents, what needs to be installed when, and the architecture is very well laid out. So this is actually the architecture on which you will be doing it. So everything is getting installed on a PowerEdge Dell server, which is running 64-bit RHEL, which has been partitioned using VMware. And on the partitions, you're again running Red Hat Enterprise Linux. What the memory distribution, what the disk distribution, what the naming convention of the different virtual machine partitions is. So you will get your own partition. You will know how the partition is built. You'll have it at scratch. You will build everything on it. What you are doing, why you are doing it, is all going to be explained here. So if you continue to go through this, all the commands, and it's not just screenshots, right? It is screenshots, but there is valid explanation of why you are doing it, right? So every screenshot has got something prior to it, something after it, right? Which kind of walks you through how the installation is going to progress, and not just the installation of SAP, which are these screenshots. It then goes down to, I'm just going to go quickly now, it then goes down to the Oracle database installation as well, right? And then at the tail end, how do you validate your installation, right? So this is the validation of your installation, right? How you log in through SAP GUI to validate that. How do you log into the Java stack to validate that, right? So just as an example, right? Again, today's goal is to tell you how deep the well is, right? You'll jump later on. You will connect through what's called the VNC viewer, which will kind of connect you to the console, right? Similar to RDP in Windows environment, right? For those who are curious, here is one of the ways in the recent batches based upon popular demand. Sorry, I want to start. Based on popular demand, what I'm showing you now, actually for someone who's learning SAP is priceless, right? And here's what. This is Amazon's EC2 Elastic Compute Platform, the cloud offering, right? And just to kind of give you a sense of how real-time, how hands-on the course is going to be, I'm actually going to log into our Amazon console. Whether I was buying a toothpaste from Amazon or I'm buying compute capacity, I have the same user ID password. Commodity, right? Okay, so I'm connecting. So currently we are running 3 instances, 5 volumes, disk volumes, 1 key pair, security key pair, 2 elastic IP addresses, running multiple snapshots, multiple security groups. This is in one of our accounts for training purposes. We run a lot of other accounts for our customers, which obviously I'm not sharing with you for obvious reasons. If I look at my running instances, everything which is happening right now is all web services, thousands and thousands of them running behind that web page while it displays. Everything is a web service in AWS world. So here is a SP1D1, Code SP1D1, Solution Manager Productive Instance Database Server 1, right? It's a large instance. It's currently running, right? We've got some other Windows, some other Amazon Linux. We've got a HANA instance running. This instance, if I right-click on it, whether I want to terminate it, reboot it, stop it, that's it. It's a right-click. And whether I need to create a new one, launch a new instance, actions in that instance, right? It's all through this provisioning portal. All through this provisioning portal, right? And to this instance, right, it's already telling me it's based upon an AMI, Amazon Machine Image, very similar to a VM image, right? this is an x86 64-bit machine image, right? And we have created a lot of AMIs where I've got software pre-built. Somebody tells me to install a Solman, I can give you a Solman instance in under 2 minutes. Under 2 minutes. Because it's pre-installed and saved as an AMI. Now, obviously, you might say I need blah, 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 this. Yes, then maybe 2 minutes becomes half a day, right? But vanilla instances of the same kind, I will just AMI them, machine image them, and launch them, right? Launching an instance is as simple as clicking on launch, and I can choose, using the classic wizard, I can choose an instance, my AMIs. If I choose my AMIs, and guess what? Not in this account, but in our customer accounts, we have got saved AMIs of one kind, right? Another CRM dev system, another CRM QA system, another Solman dev system, right? I just pick from it, but same way, the community gives you a lot of AMIs, right? And there will be tons of them, right? I have to probably scroll pages to kind of go through it. It's taking a while to load.
It's not good to use the community version because I have a lot of issues. So.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, it is. That's why you have my AMIs.
Create your own.
Right, and I will maybe just limit it 64-bit.
You can hack it 2 days. So.
Yeah. Somehow it's taking a while, but quick starts. I don't know why it's taking a little while, but let's go to quick start. I can just pick up a 64-bit Red Hat Enterprise Linux, right? This is what Amazon gives, right? Say select, and I can say what tier do I want it, right? How many elastic compute units, and we have got math behind this where we equate ECUs, elastic compute units, which is to cores, which is to memory, but we have got math behind it, which based on what SAP publishes and what we have seen, which compares it to number of SAPs, which is SAP's performance management standard, right? So that you know what kind do you need, right? So I can just say that, oh, let me get a small one, right? How many do you need, right? Where do you need it? Which region do you need it, right? And say continue, and it's actually going to give you an option if you want a specific kind of a kernel or a RAM disk ID, right? If you are not worried about, which kind do you want, you can add storage to it, right? I'm not adding any storage. You can give some key pair details to it. Continue, right? We already have a key pair. I chose that, right? And I have a security group. I've already secured certain security groups, so the fact that, which we'll learn subsequently, what's the significance of 3200 series of ports, 3600 series of ports, which ones do I want to secure, which ones don't I need to secure. Those security groups are already pre-configured. I have got some of them. If I use one of them, if I say launch right now, right, it is launching. I have provisioned a Red Hat Enterprise Linux small tier system. It is starting. The last one there. Obviously, to show you this, I lost 15 cents, but that's okay, right? Because they'll charge me for 1 hour, but they'll only charge me for 1 hour because I'm going to terminate it right after this. So I wanted to show you this because I'm now going to piggyback on it, and I'm going to, so that's it, it's up and running, right? If I click on it, I have its details here, right, including its private IP address. I can tie to it a public elastic IP address as well. I will show you Code SP1D1, which is a large server configured the same way, right, and how I can VNC into it, right? So this is my VNC software. Actually, this is the IP address, the public IP address of Code SP1D1. You can see it here, that this is Code SP1D1. And similar, I can go to the elastic IPs, and you would see that this elastic IP is tied to Code SP1D1. So even the IP is elastic, that means dynamic. The server is dynamic, the DNS is dynamic, the disks are dynamic, every single thing is virtualized. The load balancer is virtualized, right? The DNS, which is called Route 53, is virtualized. So now let me just connect to it. If I connect to it, this is the backend. This is a Linux system. This is running on Amazon, right? Right. This is Code SP1D1, SP1ADM, SID-ADM running, right? Oracle, Unix, running on the cloud on Amazon. And obviously, we have not secured it. Because for training purposes, you can connect from any machine to it. Here is SP1 Solman on Amazon Web Services EC2 Cloud. Log on. Right. This is just a new install we did. Right. This is running on the cloud, right? System status. Code SP1D1. $0.15 an hour. And not just that, right? Not just that. And here, account activity. My estimated charges, right? I just started the month. Down here. My elastic compute load, right? So how many hours am I running, right? So I told you 15 cents for the medium instance, large one is 30 cents, right? For a large. I'm paying 30 cents an hour. I've been running it for 23 hours. $6.90, right? I've got elastic IP addresses. I pay 0.005 cents for it per hour. I've paid 11 cents so far. Look at the granularity. And now what I'm going to show you is if I had set up alerting on this, right, where alert me if the disk utilization goes up or a CPU goes up, I will get charged for those alarms as well. First 10 alarms are free. So each escalation coming to you, each alert coming to you, they have given you the keys. One of our clients, from a traditional hosting to AWS hosting, order of magnitude, that means 1/10 the cost. For short shelf life systems and for non-productive systems, the business case is so strong, because guess what, if somebody says, I need to do testing, performance testing, I only need the system for 3 months. I say, right, sure, I'll give it to you. Then they come back to you, or you go to them and say that you need the system for 3 months, but how many cycles of performance testing are you going to do? They say 3 cycles. When are you going to do it? Every third Sunday of those 3 months. For how many hours? 4 hours. Then you would say, okay, let me give the system to you, and I'll give the system to you. It will be installed, the disk will be there, the system would be humming, but outside of those 4 hours, the system would run medium size. During those 4 hours, could be large, could be extra large, could be extra large, whatever you want. So that you come down when you are only using it for the sake of scripting and the testing and all, you reduce it. When you're actually running the performance test, you bump it up to where you want to be. And to bump it up, right click, you can, change the image, or change the user, I don't know why it's, because it's running, right? If it was not running, if I had stopped it, I could change the instance type. So I just shut it down, change the instance type from medium to large. I think I might have something stopped here. So this HANA instance is stopped. Change instance type, right? So I can change the instance type at, nothing, right? It just basically, it's almost like swapping, forklift upgrade, right? Happening in seconds. So I've shown you one of our training systems running in the cloud, installed in the cloud. Previous batch installed it actually, and accessed from the cloud. Not only can I access it, you guys can access it from home as well, right? Okay, so just wanted to kind of show that briefly. So I showed you the training DVD, Yahoo group you're aware of, hands-on exercise I showed you, install guide I showed you, certification we're going to talk about a little bit more. I showed you while talking about install guide the EC2 platform from Amazon, right? Our training methodology, right? First of all, for selfish reasons, we pride ourselves in both the material, the instruction material, and the amount of time we have spent to kind of build the material, build the environment, build the infrastructure around it, right? It is not somebody just sitting in a corner office with, one laptop, right? And, on a weekend teaching, right? We have invested a lot of time in it. And also for me, I just like teaching. I'm actually better off not teaching and doing consulting work, right? Doing a system upgrade this Saturday as opposed to this and billing a client. But I just, just like teaching, and also it's benefit for our business that we can groom resources, right? We can mentor them, right? It benefits our own offshore facility as well. Everyone is going to have an individual installation, so you all would do your own install. You will see an install being done by me. You will have a recording of that, but you are going to do your own install on your own server. That means you will be given a sliver, right, of a VM partition. You will install it on it. You will have all the software available to it, and this is no demo software. This is real SAP software, right? Being a partner, we have that capability, right? So real software, full-blown, which you're installing, right? 24/7 global access to our training systems, right? Which you will use, which you will do the exercise on. You can access it anytime from anywhere. If at all it goes down, it is typically one of the trainees who brought it down, not me, right? Our stuff runs, right? The only time it came down was for Sandy, right? In the last 1 year. It was a heck of a day that day. Because of the power outage. It ran, even we ran out of our UPS supply. Okay. Session recordings. Every session is recorded, right? Sorry for that. Every session is recorded, which, obviously you could attend it in class. You could attend our training through live meeting remotely, which people are doing today. Even if you are unable to attend a class, you will have recordings. If you are able to attend a class, you missed a portion of it, you will have the recordings. If you want to go back and look at it for up to 1 year, you will have the recordings, You can't download them, but you have them. As I also mentioned, we have we groom resources for, various reasons, because we have our own consulting practice, right? So we not only help you with getting trained, but we also help you with mini projects, in-house projects, getting started with us, right? And eventually kind of breaking into the market. That's our goal, as any other consulting company would be. And doing it in an ethical fashion, right? Making sure that you do some in-house projects, you get the experience, you do some, outsourced work for us, you gain that experience, and you kind of move on, right? So that's called our Coach Placement Service Offering, KPSO. And for right reasons or the wrong reasons, it's a very schooling approach, right? You will get weekly homework, you will get weekly in-class quizzes. I am expecting, and this is a no-brainer, you need to be spending 20 hours outside of the training class for you to really learn the material. Now, all of you are not here for the same reasons. Some of you want to learn the material, others just want to have a cursory view because you're already in the industry doing this stuff. But if you really want to learn and make this your career, 20 hours of workload is going to be given to you in terms of homework. And you've got to be doing that for you to really pick up the material, right? Okay. Moving SAP GUI connectivity to SD1. So here what we want to do is, we will time bound this, right? Because this has a tendency for it to kind of go for hours and hours. But I will give people an opportunity to connect to our SD1 system, which is running on Linux, is running Oracle, from your machines here in the class if you are remotely. If you want to download our SAP GUI, you download it from this location. The hyperlink is given to you. Most of you might have downloaded. If you already have 710 and above SAP GUI, you don't need to download, right? You can just use that. I'll tell you what the connect string is. For people who are in the class today, they should already see something called SD1 intranet, and they can connect using that. People who are remote, when you download from us, you will see a SAP logon pad entry called SD1 internet, and you can connect through that. We have a user ID called Shishya, password welcome. This would be your first time you're connecting in. It's a shared user ID. And then you will create your own user ID based on it starting next class, right? So I would say that, some of you, if you want to try, and we will time box this only to go till 12:05, right? In terms of people having the ability to do it now. Otherwise, homework, right? Where you make sure that you're able to connect from home to SD1. So that next week when we meet, all of you have resolved connectivity issues. If not, post it to the Yahoo group. And from the Yahoo group, you'll get a response on how to fix things. Remember that if you are using Windows 7, you have to use this exe. If you're using XP, you have to use this exe. If you're using Windows 8, and I think somebody asked me that question, send something to the Yahoo group. I'll respond back to you separately if you're using Windows 8, right?
Windows 7 works with Windows 8 also.
Yes, but there's a few other things there's some differences. So that's why I, didn't want to kind of get embroiled in that at this point. Most of you would be Windows 7. That's why that's out there. So having said that, if you have the SAP GUI loaded, if you have the SAP GUI loaded, and the SAP logon pad, essentially SD1, if you're in the class here, you're using SD1 on Saraswati intranet or something similar to that, unless some trainee changed it. And if you are remote, you're using SD1 on Saraswati internet, right? And the internet one looks like this. For those who don't have it, I'm just going to show it to you. It looks like this, so you can just type it in. And when you type it in, just don't make spelling mistakes, right? Especially in these last 4 fields. Saraswati is only 8 characters, SARSWATI, right? System number is 00, system ID is SD1, and then there's a SAP router string. In that SAP router string, it is serve HTTP, not server HTTP. Right? That's a dynamic DNS through which you are getting SAP routed in, right? So just do that. Who are remote, people who are here in the class, I'll just make a quick round.
Yeah, I think that counts as the last one. Too many over time.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, I think that.
Right now, let me know. Let me pull that screen back up.
Okay, I got it. You got it? So for some reason there are so many people trying to
so which one are you logging in?
No,
800, right?
Yes. Try it again. Let's close your.
I guess the other students messed up on the set up the logon group.
Yeah, close and then do a sub logon again.
Share 3.
Okay, there's somebody here. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, the first one. Right?
I think the logon groups are set up.
Yeah, but it should be working. Is that working the first one?
It works, but I couldn't log in. Oh, it's like it's going silent. It's still thinking, so it's not. Yeah, it's like.
I logged in, it is showing the user list.
Yeah.
So. Oh, it's not connecting?
Wait till he comes.
Shishya, S-H-I-S-H-Y-A. Welcome. All right, so I think in the class everyone is connected now. Let me just quickly look at some remote questions. Okay, let's see. Shishya, welcome is the username password. It was locked, but I unlocked it. Somebody might have locked it. Karam, as I told you, send me an email separate. I'll help you with that, right? Okay, Gordon, there's a typo. It is serve HTTP SERVE, right? That's why you're seeing it. It's serve http.com. I logged in using username password. It shows the user list. It's because somebody has changed the default transaction. So this first time you come into SU04, which is okay. I'll tell you what that really means, but you can navigate to any other transaction subsequent to that. Yeah. Hari, guys, please don't start sharing, right? My screen needs to be shared. All right. Yeah, for Windows 8, we have not put anything on our shared on our portal yet, right? So I'll answer those questions. People who only have a Windows 8, I'll have to answer that separately, right? So send me an email through Yahoo Group. All right. What's the username, please? Yes, the username and password is right here. SHISHYA, password welcome. All right. Were you able to get it?
It's coming up.
Really?
It's very, very slow.
Okay, it did 002, I think. That's probably why I got something.
We're going to SD1 and click on that.
Let's go 002.
You guys are not connected, or?
Yeah, it's just spinning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Get out of here.
Yeah, but I'm only worried about connectivity at this point, so as long as yeah, the system is clocking. Okay. It's a very good introduction to BASIS, right? If the system is clocking, what do? Reboot? No, right? Then don't show up to work the next day. Very good. Right? So the best way to troubleshoot if a system is clocking in an SAP world for an ABAP stack is to use dpmon, which is OS level utility, which would do something similar to SM50 or SM66. And again, you're going to learn all of this. It's called dpmon for dispatcher monitoring. Right? It'll give you the ability to kind of watch what's happening at the dispatcher level. If there is something which has been running for too long in the back end. And, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise for us, right? Because we said that, what differentiates a good BASIS admin from an ordinary one is your ability to troubleshoot, right? So just for kicks, right, what I'm going to do is, this is, again, I want to time bound this, right, because we have a lot of material to cover since it's an introductory class. I'll go to PuTTY. PuTTY is Telnet, right, secure shell. To Saraswati, intranet, and I'm going to connect to it. SID ADM, SD1, ADM. This user ID password is going to be shared with you at some point. Right, so this is, I'm connected to SID ADM, which is SD1 ADM on Saraswati in the back end. This is an alias in Unix world for people who are familiar with Unix or Linux, CD Pro. I'm connecting to the profile directory. And in the profile directory, all the SAP profiles are there. What they mean, how they are used, we are going to look at, right? If I do dpmon, it is what's called a CLI, command line interface, right? So it has brought up output. I'm going to increase the size a little bit.
Similar in Windows also? Or?
Similar in Windows as well. Windows, you've got some more ability to do some other things as well, but dpmon exists. So I already see here dispatcher queue statistic, right? That the dispatcher queue is showing 905 waiting requests. The high is also 905 waiting requests, right? That means the queue is backed up, right? Again, 6 out of 10 BASIS admins won't even be able to get to that, right? And as your requests are coming in, this dispatcher queue is increasing. Why is the dispatcher queue increasing? We have to go to one of the menus here, right? So I can do M for menu, and I can say, show me the work process admin table, P. And there in itself, interview question, this screenshot. And you will learn in, maybe a week or 2 weeks, is that never have anything in private mode. So there are 3 dialog processes in a stop state in private mode, right? And some student has switched the op mode setting. And for people who have got some background, what do you see?
A lot of background.
Yeah, but what?
Dialogue.
Yes, very good. You have some BASIS background?
Well, yes.
Little bit?
2000, but
good.
But then I'm refreshing again. So
very good. So and again, we this is an interview question, and again, classic thing, which a rookie or a junior or even an intermediate BASIS admin would just recycle the system, not knowing what to do, and it will actually fix the problem, and they will never know what the problem was. Somebody switched the op modes to see that you now only have 1, 2, 3, 4 dialog work processes, everything else batch. And those 4, based upon what was last run and given the memory on this box, are all sitting in private mode. So the options you have are the following. Number 1, terminate the priv mode processes, because till you terminate those prib mode processes, you cannot come out of this, right? Because you're sitting in the heap right now, in the heap of the memory. And nothing is really running in batch. And again, this is, you will see typically in a training system, you get these kind of environments because in the exercise we say that only change one work process to another work process type. But overzealous student will say, no, why not change 10 of them, right? So this is what would happen because of that, right? But then again, it's, so we can kind of stop those work processes since they are clocking, right? And then eventually, if one or two of us can go in, we would have to kind of go in and change the op mode, which can change the process type dynamically from a BTC process to a dialog process, right? And it's good because it's good that we faced this issue because it gave me an opportunity, because to recreate this issue would take me 2 hours, right, to kind of think of a scenario. It just so happened, right? Serendipity, right? It just so happened, and we are able to talk about it, right? So those two would fix it. To stop a process, the command is stop, right? You don't have to recycle the whole system. And even here, right, if this were a client system, I would just not do it. I would look at the user ID here. I would look at the client here. And if it were specific, in our case, we are all logging in through Shishya, so you only see Shishya, right? But I would kind of, talk to the person, do something, right, before I just say boom. And all of this started when we all logged in, because this is all 5 minutes, right, 300 odd seconds, right? As we started, because we all logged in, there were only 4 dialog work processes, we backed up, right? So, and again, I'll resolve it since I wanted to have a hard stop to move on to the next topic at 12:05. I'll only show to you that to kill it, you just do stop work process, and then it'll ask which one, and you can pick, like if I pick dialog 1, do you really want to kill it? Yes. And it's going to try to restart it, right? You see it went into the ended state.
But it should have handled about 40 people, no? For those 4 dialog processes?
Yeah, but the thing is that you got 19 processes of different types running, so they're all consuming memory, right? So, and it's a small box. It's coming up. I will do the same with so that they're still they're still going to private mode. And because of this extra, also it's possible that there's somebody also started another instance on the box. Again, probably a student with a lot of work processes, right? So I'm just going to stop that. When this is D02, you will know what it means to have another instance on the same box, right? So that's also consuming memory, right? And this is typically, it started on Feb 28th, right? So in the last few days, that's typically what happens, right? And then these are common mistakes people tend to make, right? For trainee, it's actually a good one to make because you will learn from it, right? Is that how to size how many work processes you're running, right? So I'm just going to stop that D02 instance. That's why it has consumed all the memory, right? Because 2 instances are running, and anything you do, you go into the prib mode. That's only stopping D02. If you're not logged into D02, you will not be impacted by it, right?
It also gives in the bottom, it says memory low.
Yeah. So let that instance stop. Let's in the meantime go to the material here. Okay. Why BASIS, right? SAP System Administration in SAP is called BASIS Admin, right? The reason I think you ought to be learning it is the foundation of all SAP products. All SAP products are based on it, right? If you get the fundamentals of this, it's going to make your ability to learn other products much easier. And the way I introduce this is through one of the SAP courses, SAP Tech, Unit 1, page 16. So for today's session, I just want to quickly go to that. Let me bring it up again. Student material. Sorry. SAP new material. SAP Tech. And this is the refrigerator diagram. If nothing else from today's class, remember this. This is the NetWeaver framework, right? And I just picked this one diagram, right, to kind of bring out the flavor of it. The bottommost layer is the application platform, right? This is the web application server. It's got a split personality, right? It's got ABAP and Java, right? It's running two stacks. Very few app servers have this capability, right, in the open market, right? It's got the ABAP flavor to it. It's got the Java flavor to it. And it's got this OSDB abstraction layer, right, at the bottom. This is what makes it run on multiple databases, multiple OSs, right? On top of the web application server layer, which sits on top of the DB-OS abstraction layer, you have got your PI layer, which is the process integration layer. So if you have to install a PI product of SAP, it will be based upon your normal web application server. In fact, PI uses both the stacks, right? In PI, the design time and the runtime are on the two different stacks, right? The design time is in the Java stack, the runtime is in the ABAP stack. So this is the process integration layer. Even MDM, the master data management, right, what Vikas had mentioned, the earlier product before it was in BI, was part of the NetWeaver stack. Even now it is part of the NetWeaver stack, except that it is considered part of BI. And here also they kind of show it like that, right? You see this information integration layer, right? So the BI is part of it. MDM is part of it. And then you have your people integration layer, which gives you the mobile infrastructure, right? Which gives you the multi-channel connectivity from the world outside, whether through SAP GUI, whether through mobile infrastructure, whether through portal connectivity, right? And if it is portal is the only product which transcends two shelves of this refrigerator diagram. The portal piece, the true word, quote-unquote portal, the collaboration piece, and the knowledge management piece all together make up SAP's enterprise portal, right? So the way you need to kind of look at it, on the left-hand side, they're showing you the products. On the right-hand side, they're showing you the stack. And this together is the refrigerator diagram, right? This kind of explains the NetWeaver stack. So if you installed full NetWeaver, right, you will have the ability to install just the PI piece. You'll have the ability to install the BI engine or MDM or portal, right? These are different from SAP's Business Suite products. Right? These are different from the SAP Business Suite products, right? So just wanted to kind of mention that. Right? Okay, so let's that's that. And from a technical architecture perspective, right? And this is where I said that I want to spend some time, right, to explain the basic technical architecture of SAP, right? So this is SAP TADM 10_1, and I'm just going to jump to Unit 3, right? We're going to come back and do it more gradually, right, and more systematically, right? But I'm going to jump to Unit 3, which will kind of show me the key diagram on SAP technical architecture, which we ought to be looking into. 10_1. This is Unit 3. So on the highest level, right, when we look at an SAP system, multi-tiered architecture. So what this one is showing us here is an example of similar to something what we are connected to today, right? It has a database, right? In this case, the database is running on a separate database server. It has an application layer, which is running on 3 servers. But how many instances is it running? 4 instances, of which there's one central instance. And why is it called central instance? We'll talk about in a little while. But what makes it a central instance is 2 processes which are required only in the central instance and which are single points of failure. They're called the message server and the NQ work processes, right, on the ABAP stack. And similarly, on the Java stack, the central services instance here is for the Java stack. So together these 2 become single point of failure, central instances, and then there are 2 additional instances called the dialog instances, right? And you can connect to them through either a browser, if it's the ABAP WebDyn Pro you're connecting to, or if there was a Java stack being run, connecting to the Java stack through the web browser, or connect to them through SAP GUI, right? So in this case, you know, the instance I just stopped was a D02. That's why it's called D02. D for dialog and 02. That's the one I had just stopped here, right? So which just stopped. So if I do PS-EF and I grep for D02, earlier I'd seen all of these work processes. DW means dispatcher plus work process. I had seen all of these work processes running. Now I won't see those, right? So I don't see any of those work processes running. The only process I see running is SAP Start Service, right? Which is basically saying that I can start D02 if I want, right? But everything else has been stopped, right? But the central instance should still be running. PS-EF in Unix world, again, people who are new to Unix, again, I'm going to be giving these commands to you. It's just a list of the processes. Grep means I'm searching from that list. It's like Task Manager in Windows, right? I'm searching from that list, and now I'm searching for dweb megs. Remember this acronym as dweb megs. Dialog, update, NQ, batch, message, gateway, spool, right? Those are the process types, which we're again going to talk about all of them. But I'm searching for that, and this is where also, you know, on Feb 28, somebody went in and beefed these up, right? There are too many of them running for it to have any meaning, right? And that's why we were seeing, you know, or continuing to see some of the issues, right? Right, so in DPMon, right? So this number has come down, but the high water mark was still high, right? So there's still such a backlog right here of things which are still kind of queued up, right? and still going in private mode. At least of 4, now only 3 of them are in private mode, right? So those can still be gotten rid of. My screen came back, right? So we recovered without rebooting it or without recycling it, right? Again, obviously now everyone is going to start going and doing something, right? If this was a real system, I would have locked the users and first gone in and changed the op mode to something more sane, right? So that we can have more dialog processes available to us, right? And we're going to talk about how the op mode changes, so on and so forth, at a later point in time, right? Because otherwise, you know, you're still going to continue to accumulate people going into the private mode, like what's happening now, right? Because you have not reduced the number of work processes and you're not given it to dialog, right? But that's good, right? At least it has given us some semblance there of what was really happening in the system. Okay, so going to Unit 3, right, which is where we were. So we have seen that D02 instance, we have seen the central instance, right? Again, we're going to talk more about it when we go through the details. But here are the process types, which I talked about, right? Is in an ABAP stack, right? There is, at the center of it, there is a dispatcher. This is like the COP, right? When you actually call a cab company, this is the 800 number. So anytime a request comes into SAP, it goes to the ABAP dispatcher. The dispatcher decides based on the request type
has left the conference.
Whether it needs to do dialog work, it's going to send it to the dialog work process. Whether you need to do background work, it's going to send it to the background work process. Right? Dialog means real time. Background means resource intensive. You're not waiting for something. The difference between an elevator and an escalator. Right? Instant gratification versus it's going to go in batch mode. Right? Then E and Q work process for lock management. So this is to manage locking concept in SAP. Certification question that if databases manage locks, what is SAP doing in the lock management space? Okay, so this is homework for you guys, right? So when you read this part of it, right, if databases manage locks, why does SAP need a lock management engine? E is the work process, which does the lock management, called the NQ work process. V, this is just German, that's why V. V is for update, right? This is to update the database. And there are two types of them, V1 and V2. V1 is primary update, V2 is secondary update. Primary means it has to be updated right away. Secondary means it can be updated later. SAP has certification question again, concept of what's called asynchronous updates. You might do a transaction in SAP and it might tell you sales order number 1001 saved, but it ain't saved in the database yet. That means in split second if another user goes and says display VA03 display 1001, it might say it does not exist. SAP does asynchronous updates primarily for performance reasons. It has got the sales order number cached, and it just gave you a cached entity saying that when we do finish saving it, the number is going to be 1001, but for now it's good enough for you to know that the sales order number is going to be 1001. And behind the scenes, at the opportune time, it's going to go and update the database tables, depending upon the load on the system, and depending upon whether it was configured to do a V1 update, primary update, or V2 update, a secondary update, right? Based on that, it's going to decide how fast it's going to do it. So that process is called update management, right, or asynchronous updates. Similarly, it has a spool work process, which is required for printing purposes, right, or spooling purposes, a spool work process, right, which is shown here. And then we have got message server. If you have got multiple SAP instances, like in our case we had D02 and DWebMex 00, each SAP instance has a dispatcher which manages all the work processes in that instance. This is like a cab company. If there's a cab company in Oakland, it has a dispatcher which is going to dispatch the calls to the cabs in that township. But if the same cab company existed in 5 townships, they might have a dispatcher for each township. But somebody needs to be controlling all the dispatchers. That's called inter-instance communication, and that's done by message server. So this message server here and this NQ process here, there are only one per system. Only one per system. Certification question. Why are they one per system? Because you need only one message server to manage all the instances, all the dispatchers. You need only one lock handler, right? If two people were to handle the lock request at the same time, security issue, right? There needs to be a single clearinghouse. That's why there's only one NQ work process. So together they become a single point of failure. That means if they go down, the whole system is down. That's why when you talk about high availability, you want to make sure that your message server and your NQ process, or in other words, your central services instance, is running in a cluster. So that even if one node of the cluster goes down, they fail over to the surviving node. Right? And they are available. And there are various means of running message server and NQ in a replicated fashion as well. It's called replicated NQ, where 2 NQ work processes are running and they're replicating the in-memory content of the different locks which are held, right? So that's there, right? So NQ process and the message server work process, right? Are the different process types available? And if you look at this Java stack, if you look at the Java stack of things, right? Java stack also has a Java message server and a Java NQ server, and then a Java SDM, software deployment manager, and a Java dispatcher, and a Java server process, right? So if you've got dual stack, if you've got both the ABAP and the Java stack running together, you should see processes of these kind. And I'll actually now endeavor to show you this on the the EC2 instance which we are running here, right? Because this is dual stack. It has got both ABAP stack and the Java stack installed. So first of all, if you look at the ABAP stack, right, and I'm also, I think I was logged into this. The reason I'm showing this one to you is for a specific reason, because it has got both the stacks installed. You guys don't have access to it right now, so don't worry about it. All right, so first of all, if I do PS minus EF, grep SAP, and I more it, this will give me the ability of figuring out what all in SAP world is running on this box, right? As a basis admin, the first thing, if nobody tells me anything, if nobody does a knowledge transition, which is typically the case, I'll go in and do this, right? But what the hell is happening here, right? I do this, and I see, okay, central instance, right? Message server, NQ, right? So what I'm showing you is very, very sophisticated basis admins would kind of go in and, try to figure things out this way, right? Even without having told, right? So I say, okay, I already know that this has got something to do with central instance because it's running a message server and an NQ server. But that is for SCS01, for System Central Services, SCS01. And this one is also for SCS01. But then I see another message server. That one is for debug 00. So I immediately figure out, number one, it's not only the central instance, it's the central instance for both the ABAP stack and the Java stack. Because this is the ABAP stack, and this is the Java stack. Okay, then I say, okay, the start work processes are running, good. GW, gateway process, right? And I think this is the one I had missed. For some reason I got sidetracked here. This is the one which was talked in the previous diagram, I think. Gateway process, right? To communicate to the world outside. When you make RFC calls or you make ALE calls from an SAP system to the world outside, that's the process which lets you do that. It's called the GWRD, Gateway Read-Write Process, right? GW process. Then it's got the ICMAN, which is the ICM, right? Internet Communication Manager. So the ICM is running. Here is my PDF. This guy. So you have seen GW, you have seen this, you have seen the message server. And then it's got DW. DW stands for disk plus work. These are the all actual work processes. How do you know which kind is which? How do I know what is this? Is this dialogue? Is this batch? How do I know that? Certification question. Pardon me?
The process ID, based on the process ID.
So what about? Yeah, but they all started by 8884. This is the PPID, this is the PID, this is the process ID, this is the PID and process.
Operating level, OS level.
OS level what? You cannot make that out, right? That's why it's a certification question, right? From this screenshot, you cannot make it out, what it is, what type it is. And in certification, they're going to show it to you like this. They're going to show it to you like this. Now, you look at the process ID of 8926 and 8926 here. And then you figure out it's the dialog work process. Right? So you are correlating SM50 transaction on SAP GUI versus this. But what if now, and this is not a certification question, this is when the help desk calls you that nobody can log in kind of question, right?
Has left the conference.
What if you cannot log in to figure this out in SAP GUI? DPMon. Right? Then DPMon would give you that information, or the work process log file will give you that information that what type it was. And again, all of this might be coming too fast, too soon. I'm kind of, getting to you from all angles. But this is, the reason I'm doing it is this is almost akin to the first time you open a jigsaw puzzle and you kind of throw it on the ground and you're 4 years old, right? It looks a little baffling, but then your parents help you, right, with it, right? Which is going to happen next week onwards, right? So now, certification question. In this screen, right? These are all of my work processes. Which one is dispatcher? Dialog, 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 update, NQ, BGD is background, UP2 is update 2. So, so how do I figure out which is dispatcher?
In the OS level.
In the OS, how do I figure out? They're all dis plus work. DW means dis plus work, dispatcher plus work.
All the work processes which is initiating is the dispatcher.
Yes. So, who initiates the work process is the dispatcher. So the cab guy, right, the cab driver 6 a.m. in the morning, right, took his token, right, meant that, today I'm going to work the whole day, right, and the dispatcher says, okay, good, here's your full tank of gas, go and ride the cab in New York City, right. So that person, right, knows about everyone else. So that is the dispatcher work process, knows about everyone else. And the way you can figure it out is that this column here, it turns out that it has the same process ID 8884. That is the parent process ID. So your dispatcher should be the work process which has a process ID of 8884, which could have been somewhere up here, right? Yeah. Who starts the dispatcher? Message server. 8851 started it. But what is 8851? Is it message server?
Yes.
Really?
No. 8851.
Message server is right here.
ID is 8851, right?
8851 is the SAP start process. Who started the SAP start process?
180M. Root.
What does 1 in Unix world mean? Root. That means it started at the system initialization time. So I have told you all of the theory by a simple command of ps-ef, and I've reverse engineered the whole thing for you, right? By looking at the process stack on how things were started up, right? Now, if you were to actually read the PDF file, and you know that in ps-ef you can look at it, and then you can look at it in SAP GUI and in DPMon, there's no way you're ever going to forget how they're all linked together. And there are definitely 4 or 5 certification questions in this area itself. And again, this is not the only time we're going to cover it. I just wanted to, as I told you, whet the appetite. This is only the ABAP side of the fence. But the web server has got a split personality, right? It also thinks Java. Where is the Java piece? Right? So Control C out of this, ps-ef, grep Java. I don't see anything. I just see one process come out. Right? This one process come out, and I'm going to make a statement. 2 people in this class are going to find it funny. It comes up with something called DAA. Right? It's something to do with solution manager and monitoring. And I cannot tell you how many people don't know what that is, right? And I've been to client sites where you kind of look at it and they kind of say, oh, what the hell is that? I don't even know that we were running that, right? So this is, here is a better way to look at it, SMD agent, right? It's Solution Manager Diagnostic Agent. Right, this is the agent which is running, and we're going to talk about this more. This is the agent which is running at every host, and it is responsible for collecting performance information and alerting information and provide it to SAP. Because from within SAP, using this process and using OS Collector, I can collect all kind of OS information. Right? But that's the only thing which came up for Java, but that cannot be, where's the main Java instance, right? The Solution Manager Diagnostic Agent, DAA, cannot be the only SID running. It is because SAP uses a concept of a Java wrapper. and the Java wrapper is called JConsole. So you really need to grep for JConsole, not for Java, which you would typically do in any Java J2EE system, right? You would see a JVM running, you would see a Java process running, not in the SAP world. SAP wraps it with a JConsole. Yes. Yeah, maybe the console piece is not running. Then JConsole further launches Java work processes using JLaunch. And I am seeing multiple, this is all one command from here to here, right? So I see this one JLaunch. What is this launching? Certification question. You need to kind of look at the parameters being passed to it, and you will see that it is launching SDM, Software Deployment Manager, right? Which, if I go to this diagram, it's this Software Deployment Manager, that engine running. If I go above that, you see SP100 server. This is the server node, the Java server node. Because remember, Java runs as only one process, unlike work processes in ABAP. But within that work process, you've got services, threads, right? So it's a whole different architecture. So coming back to this diagram, it is this server process. You're seeing 00, that means that's the only guy which was running out there, but you could have 01, 02 if you wanted to scale your system, right? And then you see the dispatcher, Java dispatcher, right? Which is right here. And previously I'd shown you the message server and the enqueue server as PS-EF SCS, System Central Services, message server and enqueue server, right? So in both of those diagrams, ABAP and Java stack, I've kind of shown you through PS-EF all the work processes which were shown in that PDF file in the diagram, right? So you're seeing message server, enqueue server, SDM, Java dispatcher, server work process at the Java stack level. You have seen message server, ABAP, gateway, ICM, ABAP dispatcher, all of these work processes from an ABAP standpoint as well at the OS level. And in the ABAP case, you also saw them in SAP GUI. The Java stack, the Java stack is also running on the same server, right? But it is accessed through remember in my security profile I said that I open port 3200 series, 3600 series and port 8000 series. Not 8000 series but port 8000. Right, that was in my security settings. I never showed those security groups to you, but if I go to the security group, I think it was quick launch 1. Here you see 3200 is open, 3600 is open, and 8000 is open.
59 are all VNC, right?
Yes, yes. And so this is my Java
Has
stack.
joined the conference.
And if I do system information here, akin to what I saw on the ABAP side, and obviously there's a different user, J2EE admin for this. All of this will be given to you. I can see the dispatcher server 0, right? The same PID numbers, running status. Right? SDM server 0 dispatcher. All work processes running on the, so this is like SM50, which I was doing on the ABAP stack, on the Java stack. All right? And remember where I told you.
One question. You see on the, it says 18, 50,018. What is the ending number? Is it based on
Sorry, where?
the SCM code?
Yes.
On the bottom?
Yes. No, that's what it is. It's not based on system number. And yeah. It is based upon system number for dispatcher and for 3200 and 3600 series, right? Here is some few transactions, right, which we wanted to kind of look at as well, right? In the SAP world, and I'll briefly show them to you. Actually, let's do this. I'll come back to transactions last, since we are running a little late, and I'll kind of end there. We'll quickly go through some frequently asked questions, what people typically ask, right, since we are running a little late here. What are the opportunities in SAP? SAP itself is, one of the most lucrative and sought-after fields in IT. Further basis is probably one of the more lucrative ones within the SAP space. If you are good, right, if you have got the good background, and good background in IT, especially for basis, means three things. You'll be very successful if you are either a DBA, right, first choice. The best of the basis admins were very successful DBAs in the past life, right? Or if you were a very good system admin, second. Third, if you were a very good network admin, right? These three areas would lend yourself into SAP basis relatively easily because they are the underpinnings. Now, if you have done all three of them, and if you're relatively comfortable in all of those three areas, you can talk with a network admin with equal ease, with a DBA with equal ease, with a system admin with equal ease. You will find yourself to be, one of the preferred and desired basis admins, right? Do you provide certification? You all will get a certificate at the end of the course, but the certificate which really has value is the one you get when you take the exam, right? And that's the certification you want to really go after. CTADM 50_70. This is for the Oracle world. There is a different number for the SQL Server world, right? Because you can decide whether you want to take it in Unix Oracle or Windows SQL Server, right? You can take both, yeah. I would say that take one and then the other rather than taking, means you can take on the same day as well, but take the one based upon whether you're more familiar with Windows or Unix platform, right?
How much the certification exam would be?
Right? Pardon me?
Certification exam would be costing about?
Yes, it is. I think sometimes they run a concession on it, but typically it's either $750. If they're running a deal, it's $500, right? So you can attend our, remote access. We already talked about 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. You can attend the training remotely, right? So that's through live meeting. Most of you are doing it. Do you have access to the servers after the training? Yes, right? For 3 months you have access to the servers, so you can still practice. Obviously, somebody was practicing, right, when they started B02 with all those work processes, right? Right, and you can even access for a certain fee even after that, but we typically even waive that. For people who want to actually start doing basis work, right, and this is actually an example from 2 batches ago, maybe 3 batches ago, right, so this is what she did, right, so I've just kind of given her profile, right, without naming her. She attended batch 29 in April, June of 2010. She attended the KPSO in Jan 2011, right, from October to Jan 2011. In the middle of it, she took the SAP certification exam. In her case, she's a Canadian citizen, so she, started marketing herself and interviewing from Feb to March, and she joined Accenture on April 18th. Right, so from April to April, 1 year effort, right, so to speak, including the training, right. Something about her, she attended all the sessions remotely, right, so she didn't even have the presence of sitting in the class, but very focused, asked questions. I think every class she would ask questions at the beginning of the class, very active in the class, completed all homework, including the installation exercise, which is the pinnacle of all the homeworks, which is the last one. And she got certified 90%. I think this is her grade report, right? I've just wiped out her name, right? 90%. This is what she scored in each of the areas. She got a yelling from me for system configuration because I think this is the area we teach the best, right? But she had 50% on this. And 66 on this. We don't do a good job here. A good job in a sense that we don't have enough time to spend on this area. But this is all from all the syllabus, right? You can see her score in different areas of the exam. See, as I told you that Oracle, right? This is the Oracle one. You can have SQL Server 1. This tells you if a person is certified. It tells you a lot about the person. It tells you that the person has got holistic knowledge, both ABAP stack, Java stack, different aspects of basis. They were not just doing installation. They were not just doing upgrades. They were not just doing security. That they actually have a pretty holistic knowledge, especially if they've got multiple certifications, right? So just, to kind of motivate some of the people in the class, right, who want to break into the market. With that, I'll open things up for question and answers after I look at these 18 questions. Okay, so let's go through these 18 first, since they were asked first from 10 a.m. onwards. Performance management, you said it comes with experience. Question suggestion, is it possible for you to document the issues you have encountered in your career so far along with solution implemented, which will be pressure for people like us? It's very time consuming, right? I wish I had that time, but as we encounter different things, like today itself, right? The fact that you do DPMon, the fact that you figured out D02 was running, the fact that the processes were in priv mode, right? And the fact that there is a dispatcher queue which is backed up and the queue is slowly depleting. I can tell you, 9 out of 10 basis admins would not be able to make that connection, right? Would not, right? They will rely on the senior guy to be on the call when it's a triage situation, right? And the tractor trailers are parked in the shipping dock, right? And the system is down. I cannot tell you how many times, in my career, right? You will get a call from a senior VP, right, or an executive VP. You're just a senior basis admin, but a senior VP is calling you 2 a.m. in the morning that, is it up yet, right? Such is the criticality of these systems, right? Because if a CPG company stops shipping, it stops shipping, right? And if it's a web-based company which stops shipping, right? If Amazon stops shipping for 4 hours, the stock price will go down, right? Stock price will actually go down. Okay, so hopefully that answers that question. What does a full life cycle implementation include? It includes all phases of the ASAP methodology, right? ASAP methodology has got 5 phases, which we are going to learn, from project prep to blueprint to realization to final prep, go live and support. Full life cycle implementation means that you have done those from an implementation standpoint, and then you have seen the company or the project go into the run SAP, right? The run phase of the project, right? A lot of people have not seen all aspects of it, right? They didn't see how was the business case built in the project prep phase, how were the teams put together, how was the template built in the blueprinting phase, how was the solution built in the realization phase, you know, and then in the final prep, how did you train the people, how did you conduct testing, you know, how did you build a cutover plan, performance testing, and then go live and support hypercare, etc. So having that whole experience is very key, right? So that's what full life cycle means. Does in-memory computing, i.e. HANA, have both OLAP and OLTP combined? Yes, HANA has. It can be used in the BW world. It can be used in ECC world. And it has got a query engine sitting on top of it called HANA Design Studio. These are the only handbooks should be covered for basis certification. Yes, those 5 books. Right now the question is being asked only, but once you start reading it, you will say that do I have to cover all 5? Right, so that's the difference, right? That's a lot of it, 3,000 pages, right? These are all in DVD, yes. Is the custom solution manager? No, the custom, good question. The custom installation guide is not downloadable because people sell it back to us. That's why it's not downloadable. You get physical copies of it, right? So it will be physically handed over to you, not electronic copy. The exercises are loaded onto the Yahoo group, so that you can download. Ajay, where can I find in folder 6? Where can I find in folder training content, training DVD? Okay, Ketan, you might have to retype it. I'm not sure, grammatically lost there somehow. What is the username, please? I think Nina answered this question. It was Shishya. Welcome. What does client 800? What does 800 client mean? The question requires 2 hours of discussion, so hold off till the 4th class. Hiren, is that still the case? No, there's no specific reason not to use 730. It's just that didn't have time to upload it. Yep. All right. So Mahendra is saying that. Mahendra, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that you downloaded the SAP GUI which we provided, which is 64-bit. I don't know if you're saying it is or is it, right? So tell me if you downloaded ours on Windows 8. If not, we'll get that done.
It's working on 64-bit. It's working fine.
You did on Windows 8?
It's saying it.
Well, that's what he's saying, but I wasn't sure if.
No, it is working. I tested it. I have it on my laptop. So.
But you downloaded from our.
That's correct.
Okay, good. So that's a good point.
That's a 720, I think.
Oh, okay. So Avinash question: if everyone connects with the same user ID password, how do you know who's running which process? Obviously, you won't be connecting with the same user ID password. That'll change from next class onwards. But yes, if they do connect with the same user ID password, you have the terminal ID based on which you can figure out, right, who is who. What is the difference between kill and stop? Stop is when you request the person, right? Kill is when you slap the person and say that stop doing it, right? So kill is not graceful, stop is graceful, right? I'm getting timeout error. I think we have already had that discussion because of the priv mode. So to start an instance, SAP start service should be up. So how do you start this service, or does it start? No, it starts with the OS reboot, or in Windows, it is a service also running, right? Which starts at startup, right? So you don't have to start it up. It's like a daemon process always running in the background. We need to look into SAP. Okay, yeah, this was an answer to one of the questions I was asking. Will you show how to? Yes, yes, yes. Yes. The good thing about IT is that unlike what lawyers did, what chartered accountants did, what doctors did, we didn't do, right? We didn't build a barrier to entry, right? We didn't say that if they are not an MD, you cannot be prescribing. If you're not board certified, you're not going to be prescribing medications, right? If you're not certified by the bar, you're not going to be practicing law, right? If you're not a CPA, you're not going to be signing, right? Maybe we should do it, right? So that our rates can go up then, right? By barrier to entry. But for people who are not in that area, well, you know, everyone is welcome. Right? And in fact, some of the best people actually come from totally different walks. Forget about even IT, right? Because it's, you know, I actually worked with a person who was a builder, building houses. He said, Ajay, I went bankrupt because I was doing too much trim work, and that's why I stopped building houses, right? And, you know, after just working with him for a few years, Tom Kennedy was his name, and he runs a used to run a very, very successful data conversion company called Back Office Associates. And, you know, his other consultants, you know, used to always mention that, you know, Tom always thinks outside the box. I said, actually, that's not true. I think Tom does not even know that there is a box, right? He is like, because he's just coming from a totally different thought process, right? And sometimes it's a Renaissance mentality, right? You just challenge things so differently, and you're very successful because of that. So, Pratibha, it's all doable. Asivi has mentioned, custom install guide is not on the DVD. It will be physically mailed to you. How you can use SAP Basis to integrate with PIXI? PIXI is running on a NetWeaver stack, and it connects to other SAP systems. If it's an ABAP layer, it connects using what's called an ABAP reverse proxy. It has got a lot of other mechanisms, RFC, ALEs, and if it is on the Java side, it uses web services. So it has got various technologies to integrate. So I've named a few, right? And it's got a number of other adapters. It's got a file adapter, it's got an iDoc adapter, right? Other ways of also communicating, right? So hopefully that helps. Java Central Services is part of ECC. In ECC, you need to install it separately. In today's world, as we stand today, the only dual stack SAP installation out of the box is Solution Manager. All other products, it will only install either ABAP or Java. If you want both the stacks, you need to install it separately. Previously, SAP was of the mentality that always do dual stack install. When you do a dual stack install, the ABAP and the Java schema reside in the same database, right? So which is not the case. And again, if I go to if I connect as DBA to Oracle, right? If I describe DBA tables, you will see that DBA tables, these are all the tables in the database. There's an owner, right? Right? So if I say select distinct owner from DBA tables, it has told me that all the tables in this instance of Oracle is owned by whom. And maybe I'll change the query a little bit. So you see majority of them, 40,000 tables in the Solman system are owned by SAP SR3. This is your ABAP stack. 607 tables are owned by SAP SR3 DB. This is your Java stack. Both the stacks, even though they run separately at the OS level, have got the same database in a dual stack. In a non-dual stack, the database is going to be separate. But if you want to look at them, the owner of those tables is different, right? Again, based on what you guys are seeing today, this is going to be my mode of teaching, right? Every theoretical answer is going to be backed by something I show on the system. And the act of doing that, right? Hopefully that's where the learning is from, right? Is that, you know, because typically a question like this would not be answered quite like that, right? The way you ask the question, right, the answer would have been, yeah, you know, Solman is the only dual stack system, everything else should be installed separately, right? That's how the question was actually asked. But the answer hopefully was a little bit more than what was asked for, giving you some, you know, ability to learn faster. Samir, so hopefully that answers your question. When will we receive all the physical training material? It's a DVD. There's nothing physical about it. We are green. There's a DVD. When you registered, it should have been mailed out to you. So Eddie, if you are registered, it should be en route. If not, when you register, it will be en route. Could you please let us know how to access training materials and DVD content? Yes, the DVD will be mailed to you. And people who are in the class, if you have registered, you have already gotten. If not, I can give it to you now. Or if you registered, you will get it now. Is RFC like a database link to communicating between SAP systems? It's a remote function call. It was introduced by Sun Microsystems in 1980s. It was called RPC, Remote Procedure Call. At that point in time, Genesis is in C programming. It just gives you all the underlying networking infrastructure and the different stacks of networking kind of built in for you, so that you don't have to worry about which system is where and how do I navigate the TCP IP stack to connect to it, right? So you just need to know what system and what function do I need to call there. Everything else is done for you in the function modules which are behind RPC. And there is an SDK available for that, Software Development Kit, which is standard in SAP SAP GUI as well as SAP Server installations. So when I say the TCP, right, it's the OSI model. I don't know people who have, all the aspects of the OSI model are captured in it, right? If you need to learn more about it, Tannenbaum is the book they use, right? I can't remember. Yeah. Apart from SAP Start service, what all process should be up to start SAP system? SAP Start is the only one. There are a number of other processes required to use it effectively, like OS Collector. I didn't show OS Collector to you. I didn't show OS Collector. OS Collector should be running as well. PS-EF grep OS call. Right, so this is running. Now it runs as part of the host control agent. So this OS Collector is running. So this is collecting performance information from SAP, and when it collects that performance information from SAP, you can look at it in a transaction called ST06. So if I do ST06, this information, right, idle 99%, right, nothing is happening on the SID, is coming from that OS Collector, right? Operating System Collector, it's telling me that it is running, right? Startup Collector.
Is that a flat file, or where's the data coming?
From memory, from shared memory segment. So there is an IPC, IPC stands for Inter-Process Communication, happening between the shared memory segments from the OS Collector into the shared memory segments of SAP. So that OS Collector is writing into that shared memory segment, and it is reading from that shared memory segment. If I look at the status of this, here, if you look at the bottom of this, right, these are the number of records posted in that shared memory segment. Right, number of X headers, communication records, right, etc. And it's posting into it every 60 seconds. Right, and based on it, I can even look at detailed analysis. I can tell you CPU was running. Right, actually there are two CPUs. This is the current status. Sorry.
All those tabs on there, the information coming in behind it is all in the shared memory.
Yes. Not all the tabs for this ST06. ST06, because real-time data collection happening from the SAP OS Collector, it's pumping into the shared memory. From there it's being collected and then stored in the database. A lot of the other transactions, you get data directly from database. Right?
I was just curious, in ST06, if you look at the hardware information, is that coming from memory, or is that coming from...
No, that's coming from memory as well. What has happened is when OS Collector runs, it is polling different aspects of the Unix system and saying that this is what the Unix system looks like. But those pieces of information in the memory don't change very often, right? But the other metrics every 60 seconds is changing.
What is the load and other things?
Correct. Yes, OS Collector can be started later manually too, or through ST06 transaction itself. PI is a dual stack, CRM is dual stack. So why do you say Solman is the only? Oh, Solman is the only one which is installed as dual stack. That means when you do the installation, the installation happens as dual stack, right? Will we have a class on the Easter weekend, March 29th? Yes. I do not have core experience in a DBA, sysadmin, or networking. How can I cope up with things? You don't mean that. What I'm saying is that's the best way for you to, that's the most convenient and probably the most effective way, but that's not the only way, right? And in fact, that's very rare that people come from one of those two backgrounds, right? So don't be disheartened. I was just making a statement. Do you need another set of login credentials to view recordings? Yes, and would be provided. Yeah, SM50 was the transaction I was in. right? And the transactions in SAP GUI have to be, prefixed by /n, SM50. Otherwise, they only go down. It's like a directory structure. But if you prefix by /n, you always start with the root node, so to speak. That's easy, right? /n, SM50 was the transaction which I was in at that time, right? Okay, did I close the... What version of NetWeaver will we be installing? We are updating certain things. It would definitely be NetWeaver 7 and above. It could be 7.3 because I have a personal objective to kind of move the installation from where we currently do it to AWS to make it a little bit more glitzy, right? If we do that, it's 7.3. That's what the previous batch did. What we are connected to right now is 7.3. It's on AWS. How do you make out it's 7.3? System status, right? Right. So there you go into actually it is not 7.3 because Solman does not support 7.3. It is 7.2. This one is 7.2. So system status is where you get that detail from. I can answer questions fast enough that queue keeps increasing. Yes, Unix commands are there and they're already documented in knowledge base folder. In knowledge base folder, there is a folder or there is a document called handouts. And in there, I've given list of transactions, list of Unix commands, VI commands, Oracle architecture, BW table naming convention, right? Things which people tend to forget. Right? So the Unix commands are here. PS-EF is there, right? Which we are using today. That's the only one we use today. Yeah, could have either or both. What factors dictate the requirement is depending upon the product you're installing. Because SAP, when they built NetWeaver, said to the developers that in the NetWeaver stack, if you want to do anything in ABAP is doable, if you want to do anything in Java is doable, if you want to do something in both is doable. So whatever you want to do to meet the business requirement, either in CRM, SRM, PLM, ECC, it's all available to you. It's a building block. It's a framework. Abid, please follow up with Amol. I'm surprised you still don't have it. And CC me. Right, that's my email ID. Sure. Srinivas, please reach out to me separately. My email ID, I can provide you more details, or Amol, right? Can we have ECC, BW, PI integrated in one system? If no, then how is this product integrated? Oh, they can be integrated without them being one system, right? ECC already has BW in it, right? But does not have PI in it. But ECC, BW, and PI get integrated using ALE and RFC technology. So they don't need to be one system. They can be separate, but RFC has this beauty that if you have the IP address, everything else is history, right? So, and it makes all these calls, RFC calls, which is the underpinning of ALE technology. ALE technology is what the BI extraction logic is built on top of, what CRM integration is built on top of, what PI integration is built on top of for ABAP layer. Java is web services based. No. The homework and recordings. The homework will be accessed using Yahoo Group, and the recordings, you will get an email from Amol. It will have the user ID credentials in there. Is all the PS process we saw in ECC same in? Yes. PS minus EF has got nothing to do with SAP. It's an OS level command. Yes, we'll be doing kernel upgrade, patch upgrade, SAP Marketplace, download, yes. What is the Oracle version we are going to use during training? 11G. Do you cover RFCs? Yes. Is the Solve Manager installation we learned sufficient for ECC installation from scratch? Yes. Why? Because the installation process is the same. The content of the DVD is different. SAP Inst, which is the install program we use, is the same. It's just that if you put a different DVD, it will appear as a different product, right? So the only thing which is going to change this is the custom install guide. So when this screen comes up, right, this is the screen which comes up when you start installation. If you had put in a Solman CD, you're seeing this. If you had put an ECC CD, you'll see ECC, but you're still choosing central system installation, distributor, whatever, also while you're installing a dialog instance, central instance, or a high availability instance, right? Ain't different. It's the same things you're going to click on. It's the logic behind what you're clicking on, what is key, right? After that, it is mechanical, right? Right. So the installation master, there's a DVD called the installation master DVD. If it is for Solman, this will show up like this. Otherwise, it will show up ECC or BI or something else, right? Do you have any other trainings? Your teaching method is excellent. Thank you. We have got 3 more. We got SAP Security, we got Solution Manager, and then we've got QA, right? I used to teach all of them. Now I teach only 3 of them. Basis is more regular. Security and Solman, just because of demand, is not as regular. And thanks, Gautam. How is typical license contract with SAP in real time? Is it annual? Or in real life you meant? Yes. So it is perpetual licensing. So for partners it is annual, but for customers it's perpetual license, and then you have a maintenance fee, 20%. Heavily negotiated licensing concept, right? And people typically do global procurement because these are global companies. They procure from one area, but for all countries. Yeah, Dina, if you have registered, Amol, you still there? Yeah, Amol, you're there, right?
Yes, Ajay.
All right. Amol actually sits in our office in India, right? So you probably didn't even realize that, right?
Oh, really?
So, yeah, he does a good job. So Amol, they're all thanking you. Amol, can you send Dina the Yahoo group invite?
Fine, Ajay. I'll.
Thanks. Margie, you're welcome. I think that probably is the last question. Is the SAP are the SAP processes same among OSs? Yes. The DWeb Megs is the same, right? The architecture is platform agnostic, right? So the architecture is platform agnostic.
Before you go, I noticed that
I'm gone.
2 0. Two zeros at the end of it.
Yes.
What is meant by those 2 zeros?
DWeb Megs 00?
Yes.
That 00 is called system number.
The system number. Okay.
Right. So that means you can have 100 systems from 00 to 99 in a physical box. Because based on that system number, the port of the dispatcher or the message server is calculated from 3200 to 3299 or from 3600 to 3699. So in a typical client server technology, what really a server is not just a host, but it's host : port. Right? So SAP is using that to their advantage. Of these ports, certification question, port 99, or which would become 3299, is critical because that is used by SAP router. Right? So just to kind of, Amol, Ram Babu needs it as well, the Yahoo group invite.
Fine, Ajay.
Thanks. Selecting Windows or Unix is performance? Yes. It used to be. Nowadays, probably not as much. From a performance standpoint. But earlier it used to be. Nowadays, Windows systems are equally performant to Unix. I think it's more of, what the company, nowadays the decision is mostly about what is the enterprise platform for that company. What's the enterprise platform of choice? And also cost decision. And a scalability decision in some cases. And if that's a decision, if scalability is the reason for doing it, typically people prefer to do heterogeneous environment where they run the database server still on Unix and run the app servers on a commoditized platform like Windows.
Even Windows, if they are running the kernel, Windows kernel is Unix, right? These days, just starting. Windows 12.
Yeah, the Windows. Correct. Will you go over SAP router config? Yes, we run our own SAP router. That's why all of you come through a centralized SAP router. That's what's running on cojink.servhttp.com. So can I explain to you how we are using a dynamic DNS, the SAP router, our Cisco infrastructure, how all of that is set up for you guys to connect and everything. So there's also learning in there. Margie as well needs it, Amol. Hari, thanks a lot. Can we have the DB instance in Windows and NetWeaver front end in Windows? Yes. Both client and server can run on Windows. Do you have any material regarding different ports or any books to give more info? Yes, the training material already has all of that in it. Additionally, I think I thought at one point I had put in a good guide on it, but I don't see it here. Right now. I'll send it out to people, but it means it's also covered in the training material itself, those 5 PDFs. But there is a very good networking guide published by SAP as well. I thought I had put it here, but I don't see it. Does anybody see anything by the word network here? No. I'll send it out separately. No, it is supported on Apple as well, but I don't want to kind of get into it. It's just, you know, since it's not mainstream, it's just going to slow things down. In fact, you can run the whole SAP GUI on SAP GUI for HTML, right? So this is totally platform agnostic, right? But I would prefer, Abdul, if you can work on the Windows environment, right? No limitations. You can have, it's called heterogeneous environment. It's not very common, but it's doable. The implications are what you get cost savings, right? Because you can put your data intensive computing on one platform, your CPU intensive computing, which is your app server layer, on another platform. So there are cost savings because of that. But remember, your staff, your basis team now needs to be literate in 2 platforms. Your kernels need to be done in 2 platforms, right? So your complexity but remember your support costs will go higher, and you need to just weigh the difference, right? Are you getting enough savings from platform, which you can expend some on services and still be better off? Very few people have that, you know, to do that kind of analysis. You need to really understand the technology and how these teams run, right? Is that, can the team do one kernel upgrade on one single platform, let alone if the DB is running on a different platform and the CI is running on that platform. You need to worry about clustering in that platform and the app servers in this platform, right? Sometimes it's just difficult to run the team on the same platform itself, let alone 2 of them. But, it's capability maturity. Some teams, over a period of time, if there's good mentorship, can graduate to that level as well. To give quick introduction to SAP, which book is best? It depends, right, on if it is from a basis standpoint. I think Jose Hernandez has been the Bible, and that book is in your DVD. Right? But the only bad thing is that he made so much money that he never wrote a sequel with the Java stack in it, right? So he ended at the out of stack. But that's the Bible. Yes.
Keep coming in.
Well, at some point there is shift enter. Can you provide some system client landscape strategy documents? Yes, in fact, there is a CIL document in here. So it's in your knowledge base folder, and there can be lots said about client instance, landscape, strategy, so on and so forth. But, we need to first understand what is a client, what's an instance, what's the landscape, which is coming in next class, before we look at strategies in that space. All right, so guys, no more questions. So I'm just going to finish up with what's here. Everything else next week. We can talk theoretically about high availability, but we cannot physically do it. It's too extensive to do it in an 8-week course. Okay, Amol, you're also getting some kudos here. It's for you.
Very good.
Yeah, he is.
Really, thank you.
Is there a client using AWS as front end and DB is HQ due to security? What is DB's HQ or HDB?
Headquarters.
Oh, DB net due to security audit issues. Yes, site-to-site VPN is used whenever you do it, but remember, between app server and the database server, the traffic is 10 times the one between presentation server and the app server. So you want your app server and database server to be in the private network because of high utilization, right? So if you separate those, and typically you connect to a cloud environment over site-to-site VPN, then you are basically screwed, right? So you want to make your cloud itself secure, and there's technologies to do it, right? VPC is Virtual Private Cloud. All right. Thanks. No, we don't have a class tomorrow. Next week. Okay, I think I'll answer Karam. Send me a note separately. Windows 8, I think I have not tried, but what people are saying. Yep. Okay, good. So Mahendra, that's good. So you can just download it 64-bit. What's the most optimal setup method config for SAP? It's a loaded question. Just the word what configuration means itself is going to take me 4 hours in 4th or 5th class. What's the difference between configuration, customization, and what does configuration mean in a packaged software, right? So hold off on that. So with that, we will call it a day in terms of these questions, right? Obviously the class here, if you have something as well, we can talk about it, right? Yes. Again, today's class is about telling you how deep the well is. I'm not going paragraph by paragraph, figure by figure, right? Because it's an introduction and orientation class. I want, for people who think it's a cakewalk, I want them to be a little bit nervous, because that's where the learning is going to come from. People who are a little bit nervous to begin with should at least know that there's some structure to the madness here, so they feel a little comfortable, right? So that's why it is set up this way. It's a book by Jose Hernandez, and it is in the books folder. I think R3 Handbook, this is the one, by Jose Hernandez. Jose Antonio Hernandez. All right. Homework. Right. So before next class, register at SDN, SAP's Developer Network, sdn.sap.com. It is free, and participate, right? Learn from it, contribute to it. Keep help.sap.com always handy, right? A lot of good material available there. It's also free. If you work for an SAP customer, you're an employee at an SAP partner, or you're an SAP certified resource, you also have access to SAP Service Marketplace, which is also a very good source, but you get it only those 3 ways, right? One of those ways you can always make happen, right? Get certified. Ensure SAP GUI connectivity to SD1 is working, right? Make sure you have accepted the invite to the Yahoo group and are receiving Yahoo group emails. Put both hojinc.com and yahoo.com in your whitelist, right? So that you don't miss anything. Make sure you review the recordings of today's class. The recordings are going to be posted on Monday, unless Amol does it soon, but by Monday they're going to be posted, right? So we ran over. We should have had a 3-hour class. We have 4 hours, 10 minutes into the recordings, right? So I apologize for that, right? So for people who have registered and gotten the DVDs, everything is good. Who have registered and not gotten the DVDs, reach out to Amol, people who have not registered, wanted to just make sure that are they doing the right thing, then hopefully these 4 hours have given you that insight and you can make a decision accordingly. Right, so with that, I am going to stop today's session. Eddie, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Hopefully everyone benefited somewhat. Obviously, we're going to have more details covered as we continue. Right, Tim? Yes.
About today in the next class, because the next class will be concentrating on learning.
Right.
And earlier in the class, you mentioned obviously that you teach one of these 3 classes. So there's a basic admin, there's a security, and there's solution manager. These are 3 roles in a field.
These are 3 career tracks in SAP.
Different 3 career tracks.
Yeah.
In your experience, would the basis should, after learning this, can we tag along to one of these?
Yes. Solman would be the more probable next choice. Yes. Because in U.S. market, there's a SOD, segregation of duties between basis and security. That means they won't let a security person do basis work and a basis person do security work, because you could make a mistake and then erase after you, if you had both kinds of access. Right, so they don't, in U.S. market they don't let you do because of SOD. In other markets they let you do it. Right.
There's also, what's the market look like for security and basis?
Very, very good. Right. Solution manager in itself, there's probably, because it's not enough opportunities, but solution manager is a must for a basis admin. Just solution manager itself, if you specialize in, the number of modules in Solman, and the PMO team uses solution manager very effectively, right? But compared to basis, not as many opportunities, right? But as an addition to your basis skills, it's a requirement, it's mandatory. Whether you do it as part of the course or you do it independently, just learn yourself.
Does the Solman course go over charge?
Yeah. And in a lot of cases, some people don't even attend the course. They just buy the recordings from us at half the price. They just say that we'll just, do it at our own pace. Just give us the recordings, right? And system access. That's an option as well for the Solman course.
And people are interested in security?
Yeah, means people, security, because security, for good or for bad reasons, security is very rarely outsourced. So in the U.S. market, there are not a lot of jobs, right? For obvious reasons, it's not outsourced.
It's a good opportunity for the people here.
Right. And also, security and basis, one good thing about them is that if you're working for a client, your opportunities are longer term because of steady state support. If you're a developer, you develop and then you're done, right? There might be 10 developers building something, 1 or 2 supporting it longer term. In basis team, maybe if 10 people built the platform, maybe 6 still remain to support it and upgrade it, patch it, maintain it, right? That's why in basis teams, it's very, very important to the 10 people you got originally to build when you're building your team, that you groom them in such a way that at least 6 of them you're going to retain longer term. In the ABAP field, the configuration, sometimes you don't do it because you know that after my product is built, some business goes live, I won't need that, right? I just need my normal support structure. Sure. All right, so I'm going to stop the recording. There are a few more questions. Thanks, guys. Yes, it's not today's the introduction class. So it was not supposed to be 8 hours. Yep, thanks, Abid. So no class tomorrow. Yes, no class tomorrow. Solman is helpful for basis guys to monitor various SAP systems in an organization. Yes. I mean, technical monitoring is a module within Solman. Thanks, Lee. Okay, I'm turning off the recording. Remind me to